Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today, we discuss yet another important area which has been affected by the rule of law. As you may be aware, in the previous editions, we talked about different rights that have been affected by the virus. We've talked about labor rights. We've talked about human rights broadly as a theme. We've talked about access to justice and all those other things. Today, we delve into another sensitive area which is important for our democracy as a country, and that's the issue of rule of law. What does rule of law mean? What does it mean for you and I on any given day? What do we need to do to protect rule of law? What challenges has COVID-19 posed on the rule of law in Uganda? These and many questions are going to be unpacked by my guest today, who is none other than Mr. Michael Aboneka. Michael is a social justice lawyer who works for Action Aid Uganda, where he coordinates the civic space and governance work. He's also a partner at Thomas & Michael, a general practice law firm in Kampala, and does many things himself. If you go online, you will read more about Michael and the stuff that he does. But for today, we're having Michael to tell us, more about, rule of law and how the intersection with COVID-19. Michael, you're very welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm glad to be here to discuss this very important subject.
Sure. How have you been?
I've been great. It's been a roller coaster of things, from COVID-20 to COVID-19 to COVID-2021. So I'm even not sure whether we should call this COVID-20 or 19 or 21. But we are carrying on.
Great. Yeah. You work at Action Aid. I know that broadly you work around social justice issues.
Yes.
Perhaps we could start by slightly understanding what this animal social justice is and the work that you do around it.
Thank you. The thing about social justice is really about how everyone, regardless of their color, sex, age, are able to receive services from the state, and they're able to, their rights are respected, protected, and that everyone around them, be it a state, be it a non-state actor, they are, protecting them and making sure that they are number one list on their list, that your neighbor doesn't go hungry, that you are able to ensure that there is sanity, there is sanity in your neighborhood. That is still social justice, that you care for everyone. So we believe that social justice, if everyone catered for everyone the way they would want to be catered for, then this world and this country will be a better place.
That's quite a wide workload that you have.
Yes.
I know you've read about Action Aid and your work in the media and a bit of challenges you had a couple of years back in the course of doing your work. So today we're discussing rule of law. People argue that rule of law is a core ingredient of a democracy, or rather for any democracy. It might be correct to say our democracy as well,
yes.
If any. But I thought I could pick your mind first on understanding this concept. When you talk about rule of law, what exactly are we talking about?
Yes, I want to say that, you see, rule of law is that golden thread in the fabric of governance, or fabric of society. So fabric is like a cloth,
yes.
And then you have that golden thread that is moving, across that fabric, and that is rule of law. Be it a clan, be it a home, where else? Family, down there at the butchery, wherever. There is some sense of order, and that order is brought by certain components. So rule of law, simply, there are three words: the rule, and then the law, and then of course the conjunction is of. And if you play with that conjunction, things turn around.
Okay.
You've heard people say rule by law.
Yes.
That is totally opposite, with the rule of law. So rule of law, I want everyone to understand that it is not, an astronomical thing that only guys that got the Mars need to understand. It is simply that we are all the same.
Okay.
We all adhere to the principles set, be it at your school, be it dormitory, there are dormitory heads, be it border associations, be it tax drivers associations. Even prisoners, they have that guy. Katikiro, depends, I think they used to call them chachi, whatever it is. There is a certain semblance of principles. Others call it rubric, whatever language you want to use. And then that everyone respects it. Everyone. So it is one thing to have laws, principles in place, and another for everyone to respect the same. Simple example, here in Kampala, how many people drive on road islands during traffic? I've even seen cars that belong to the red number plate.
Yes.
People are not patient. They want to actually drive on the road islands. But yet the law says the traffic rules are simple. Follow the lanes, drive on the left, keep your seatbelt on. But people never do that. So you see, the point is that once everyone adheres to principles, then everyone will be alive, and everyone will reach in time. So it's just about that. So adherence. The other important thing is about equality.
Yes.
I come from a social justice background.
Yes.
I am a social justice activist. Equality is very important. It is 2 years now, and the majority of Ugandan children have not gone back to school. But I'm told there are others who are studying.
Yes.
So then what makes those different from those one in Kabera Maido? That those in Kabera Maido, they have not even received even an area of the radio that that was promised. Okay?
Yes.
But we hear others are going to school, you hear people are Zooming, you hear all this. That breeds inequality.
Yes.
In 2 years' time, the country, Uganda, is going to have the same age mates, but who are different in terms of knowledge,
yes,
who are different in terms of understanding things and opportunities, and then we are going to have a crash. And then we shall not be able to live harmoniously because now the inequality will be big. It also means accountability. The COVID funds. Let me make a very interesting observation. Spice Diana brought matoke, eggs, and all those things, the means of health, during that time of COVID to help. But so who ate that matoke? So I want to know, did the end of the patients eat? They brought a lot of flour, baking powder. Everyone was donating. Cars. But then you hear the patients are saying they're only giving us portion beans. The matoke and the eggs that were donated, where did they go? It comes as simple as that.
Yeah.
And because of that, I actually started a hashtag called Follow the Money Uganda.
Yes.
Follow the Money UG. Let us follow the COVID money. The district tax forces received 150 million shillings. And then the MPs were told to return that money, the district tax forces.
Yes.
And then as they receive that, the Minister of Finance tells them, bring it back to the center.
Yeah.
But what did the 150 million do? That is rule of law. It's accountability. If anyone walked to any district leadership, will they be able to give them that? Recently, they are telling every Ugandan to go and vaccinate. In Wakiso, the health assistants didn't show up. The Ugandans lined up to get vaccinated, and the health officials didn't show up because their allowance had not been given to them.
Accountability.
Someone says, but we sent it. Accountability.
I mean, Michael, you sort of highlight 3 key pillars.
Yes.
One is
adherence to principles.
Yes. 2 is equality, and the third tenet is accountability. I mean, very important things. Perhaps one of the struggles we have as a country, and you articulate the ideas, very eloquently. But I'm curious to know that this idea, what's this legal basis? Because you could be just telling me fancy things you read in textbooks or things you check out in American journals or publications in the EU, and then but our reality we're in Uganda.
Yes.
So I'll just ask, what makes rule of law as a concept binding on Uganda? Is there a law that prescribes for it in Uganda or in the region, even the global stage?
Thank you. You see, we're talking about rule of law and their principles. So in Uganda, we have a number of laws, but the chief law, the chief law, and in Uganda it's even better, they call it Semateka, is the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda.
Yes.
but in Uganda they call it Semateka. Okay. You've heard of Namunswa? You know, the queen of the anthill.
Yes.
So there are those names. So the chief law is the constitution.
Yes.
And the constitution is the effect that this is the supreme law of the country.
Yes.
And any other laws emanate from this constitution. Even if it is that clan taking a decision. You've heard of people who say when a girl gets pregnant, we roll them off a cliff and they die.
Yes, yes.
But the constitution is saying if there is any custom that says otherwise to the constitution, that custom is null and void, because everyone's right to life has been preserved by the constitution, which is the supreme. So the constitution is telling us no one should die except if court has sentenced you to death.
Yeah.
Now, if you a clan leader, in all your glory, you think that you can just roll down someone's daughter, you know, off the cliff and they die, then you are going against the law. Therefore, you're going against the rule of law, because you're not respecting the constitution. So, out of the constitution, there are various laws, and the constitution gives parliament to make power. At some point, parliament also delegated some functions of making law to the minister. The issue of COVID-19, all these regulations that people have been hearing about.
Yes.
By the way, they think that a presidential, they think that these laws are by the president.
Yeah. I know we'll come to analyze that. Yes.
But that's a minister's function. So we wanted to have a situation where not every time you'll have to call MPs to sit. So somewhere in the constitution, in the acts of parliament, the parliamentarians delegated some of that function to the minister, but also to be exercised judiciously and not in a wanton manner.
Yes.
That Mr. Ochom is a difficult man. Let me make a law and say that he will not eat food for the rest of his life. No. It has to be judiciously so that we promote a harmonious society.
So that's at the Ugandan level.
Yes.
Do you have anything at the regional and the international stage?
Yes, we do. For example, the issue about law outside Uganda, and people have also argued it alongside sovereignty. We are Uganda. Don't tell us what we can do. But you see, Uganda is a signatory to many international law. Yes. So we have in the region, probably you can look at the African Union level, and then internationally there are various principles, there are various protocols, there are various laws that Uganda is party of. For example, the law on against discrimination of women, there is the international framework on the civil and political rights.
Yes.
There are many. Yeah. There are many. But you see, the point is, most of those have to be brought back home.
Yes.
Which is called domesticating.
Yes.
So, for example, the African Charter on Elections, Democracy and Good Governance, which I've worked on diligently for about 2 years, we are asking, has this been domesticated in the country? And actually we find out that almost the entire charter is all falls with our constitution. So Uganda signed it but hasn't yet ratified it. So we hope that it can. Okay. So those are some of the examples of both international and regional frameworks. And by the way, when your governments go and negotiate things there and they are signing on your behalf.
Yes.
So you also now have to respect and follow.
And thank you so much, Michael. You give us a good background to this conversation, because now we're sure that we're discussing something with the legal backing. And I think this is time for us to go for a quick break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. Today we are sitting with Mr. Michael Aboneka from Action Aid to discuss rule of law and its intersection with COVID-19 in Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. Vision. My name is Jonathan Ocho, your host. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. Today we're discussing rule of law and how it has been affected by COVID-19 in Uganda as part of our You and the Law COVID edition series that basically explains the various aspects of human rights that have been affected by COVID-19. And today we have Mr. Michael Aboneka from Action Aid Uganda, a social justice lawyer, very passionate activist. Michael, you're welcome from the break.
Thank you.
So, before we went for a break, you gave a clear picture of the law around this concept of rule of law.
Yes.
But also we know that for any law or idea to be enforced, some people have to do some work.
Yes.
And so, normally, the starting point is always the government, because we talk about international law, the state is the party. So we thought, what obligation does the state have to ensure rule of law in Uganda? Before we talk about the citizens, I think let's start from the biggest duty bearer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And since I'm a social justice activist, I like to begin and say that the state's primary responsibilities are two. Is to protect the citizens and also ensure that the citizens make wealth and that they are alive. So whether you use law and whatever means, you have to make sure citizens are protected. Okay? But that you can't sing about peace and yet people are being attacked in the night and things like that. So the government is, actually I want to use the word state.
Yes.
Because states are, are mechanisms. They are here. They have institutions. They have mechanisms of delivering this. So it is interesting that now the state has to ensure we have policy, which translates into law, and implement it. At the same time, those in state must respect it.
Yes.
So they are implemented as a dual role. So they implement it, at the same time they must respect it. By and large, they have forgotten they have forgotten the other part of respecting it to being just the ones of implementing it, and they remove themselves from the usual citizen of Uganda. That's why someone will come and say, me, I'm a minister, I can't line up. Me, I'm this and this. But you see there's an issue of equality. So the state has to implement. If it's a constitution, you have, for example, the Fish Act. You know, there's a minister in fisheries and agriculture. They are supposed to ensure that actually they implement that. If you're supposed to give people licenses to, you know, fish, and also the guys who use canoes transport people across. You don't just go actually and do it. There's a whole process of you have to apply to Ministry of Works, and they give you a license for you to be able to do that. You don't just wake up and take a boat and then you start doing that. No, there's a whole legal process.
Yes.
There's also a whole legal process on just everything you think about. There's always a way out. So what that means is that good law should be able to abide and bound everyone. In the Constitution, it is only the president who is not above the law, but he has immunity.
Yes.
I think under Article 98 of the Constitution, that he can't be subject to civil and criminal proceedings. Now, some of us who are stubborn in terms of, you know, the academia world, so we ask ourselves, so you can't actually proceed with divorce proceedings against the president, whether the president is a woman or a man, because divorce is a civil issue. So are you saying that if I am tired of this man or woman, I can't proceed?
Isn't there a caveat on the kind of actions you can bring against the president? I thought it's restricted to the cause of their work.
Because of their work. I think so, but you see many people are hiding that blanket. And we haven't had enough jurisprudence on that
issue.
Because the ones we've seen are election petitions. At that point, you are not president.
Yes.
So we want to see whether that is also possible, because we need to test our law. That is just a by the way.
Yes.
But the other important point is that the state is the custodian of this law, everything they sign. The other day I was just doing research this morning, the 9 million radios that we're supposed to receive, there is a contract that was awarded over billions of shillings to a company. So someone signed that contract, the AG and whatever, they are custodians of that, but Ugandans know what's happening. So even if they stopped the process, had they given the money out or not? Where is that? So government is a custodian of all these things. The other thing that the government does is to ensure that it is implemented to the letter. So then police comes in. Everyone has a role to play. The police is to ensure law and order. So once there is law and order, then you have rule of law. It is just as simple as that, a given. So wherever, so there are deviations that happen, that, you know, everywhere. Because people say crime is as old as human beings.
Yes.
Adam was the first one to defy. But that doesn't mean that we should continue in the Adam spirit.
Yes.
You know, later God forgave him. You know, depending on where you read that from. But he was punished together with Eve. So that's what the good law is supposed to be, that it is for everyone. It doesn't act retrospectively. And I want to address the issue of cobweb law. You know, we've had instances where there is cobweb law. Cobweb law is that you make a law only for small insects to grab small people, and then the big guys cannot be held by that law. So it's called selective justice. You apply law selectively. It is supposed to be applied equally. Yes.
Yeah. So Michael, we need to switch gears now and see. I know you've been pointing to this in the course of our conversation.
Yeah.
So looking at the COVID-19 pandemic that came and altered our normal way of life.
Yes.
How has the pandemic affected rule of law, the application of the concept of rule of law in Uganda?
Yeah. Just like everyone always blame the devil. Everyone is blaming COVID.
Yes.
But look here. We knew about COVID in 2019, so we're supposed to have been prepared.
Yeah.
And a lot of supplementary budgets have happened. Now, COVID-19 to me is not the problem. The problem is whoever has been managing the situation. Now, I want to say I had problems from the very start concerning the rule of law and COVID-19. How? It looked to me, and I've actually written about it, even if you Google, that we did not have any plan. We were just gambling, you know? Something happens, then all of a sudden there is a presidential address, And then after 3 hours, people are saying, what did he say? What did he say?
Yeah.
And then he says, I'll come back to clarify. Then he comes, and then you're like, so what exactly are we going with?
Yes.
And then before the 2 weeks are elapsed, they come and postpone. Like, there was no plan. Presidential directives are not law. And I want to repeat that.
Contentious area, yes.
I have said it several times that they are not law until they are reduced to what the law is supposed to be. Now, there is nowhere, especially dealing with the pandemic, because the pandemic is a health issue, and it has been treated under the Public Health Act.
Yes.
One of the first things the minister was supposed to do is to declare COVID-19 as an infectious disease. So the minister was supposed to pass that instrument. After that, then you go ahead to make regulations that can actually help to prevent. I think the last time I checked, there were over 19 statutory instruments
Under the Public Health Act.
under the Public Health Act, but signed by the minister.
Yeah.
I have a problem. The president would speak, and immediately people want to implement the presidential directives.
In fact, if police stop you, they'll tell you that you're violating the presidential directives.
Yes,
they never cite any law.
Yes, they will tell you, we are arresting you because you are. They will even say you are disrespecting the president. So you're wondering, what is the law? They're just quoting the president,
Yes.
and that is very bad for rule of law. Ideally, this is what I expected, that the president comes and addresses the nation when there's an statutory instrument ready there. That gives it, as a fountain of honor and what have you. Yes, it gives it some bit of backing, legitimacy, and says the minister has done a job, and I call upon Ugandans to respect. But there are things he said which are not tenable in law, and then they couldn't actually put them in law. But the guys who had the LDUs who had just graduated were already saying, now we have to show the president that we have graduated.
Yes.
They caned people that very day, cars were impounded, but there was no law. Until I think the Law Society and of course some of us made legitimate noise, and those people were released. Another problem, people were arrested in the night. Some were arraigned in court in the night.
Yeah.
How come we the lawyers were not allowed to go to court because it's curfew? But somehow there was a magistrate at some court to arraign people and remand them in the night. People have a right to have a lawyer. It is under our law, equality for all. You must have a lawyer. You have a right to have a counsel. But they were denied that chance. People remanded in the night. It was terrible. So the presidential directives were really handled badly, especially the first lockdown, and there were many outcries because someone will just tell you, for me, the president has said. And I guarantee that most of those people were not even following the minister's statutory instrument, even when they came out. Yeah. For them, they will just wait and say, what is Mzai saying today? And while they are there, working on their sticks to cane people. So that was a problem. Yes. So there was also a problem with access to justice. Yes. Because then people cannot, first of all, they said like let the registries work. Okay, you can file your case, but the lawyers can't come. Yes. Okay. And they said the criminal courts will continue to work. Yes. So they arrested people. Lawyers can't access them because they are saying that lawyers are not essential. But the Constitution says, at Article 23, you have a right to a lawyer, to a doctor when you're arrested, but the lawyer can't come. And we are in discussions of who is essential, who is not essential. So that also caused a little bit of problem. Because you see, the issue of fairness and equality and ensuring that everyone accesses justice is very key. Yeah. I also want to talk about the issue about impounding borders. Oh yeah. That was crazy. And the problem is, most of them had to pay money over 500,000 to have your border, released. But without any due process, it was just according to mood. And the mood is of how hungry did you find that police officer. You're hungry and angry. If it is the end of the month when they have received their money, maybe the mood may be different. So it was really bad. And it was just a wanton, surrounding of borders and caning people. So which is not the principle of rule of law. There should be due process.
Yeah, Michael, let's speak on from there after the break, because you seem to paint a picture that perhaps is so gloomy, but I'm wondering, are there areas we can celebrate as a country in the context of rule of law and COVID-19? Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Let's go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with Michael Aboneka. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host, and today we are discussing with Michael Aboneka from ActionAid Uganda to examine the effects of COVID-19 on the rule of law in Uganda. As you've been aware, we've been having a series of discussions around the various aspects of human rights which have been hard hit by this virus, and today we thought we would just have another conversation on this key area of the rule of law. Michael, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
When we're getting out for a break, you were explaining the challenges, and I said you're pointing a gloomy picture. But I'm curious to know, aren't there one or two things that we can celebrate? You can say the government did this and it was okay, this was fine, this was fine.
I am happy that finally we stopped implementing presidential addresses to now proper regulation.
Yes.
The prevention of COVID, or the spread of COVID-19, regulations passed by the minister under the Public Health Act. I was happy, and that was done. Secondly, again, this one has an issue with the rule of law.
Yes.
But in the second lockdown, you observe that they stopped, let me use the word, overbeating Ugandans. Because some were beaten. No, there were scandalous stories.
Yes.
A woman who was an LD poured oil on them because they had to go. Others were beaten because their veranda enter inside the house. So it was really bad. There were so many human rights violations during the process of ensuring that people don't die, but you're killing them. Even arrest. They are saying we are arresting you for fair social distance, but they are abandoning you on the pickup.
To a cell.
Even on a pickup. Up to now, I still wonder which law and procedure tells the police guys that when you're arresting people, put them under the pickup, where they also put dead bodies, or the bodies of dogs they pick on the road. So that is inhuman and degrading. What is wrong with telling someone you're under arrest unless they're resisting arrest? But what they have in their mind, I've been arrested before. Before you sit there, the guy is putting his leg on your thigh, and you're wondering, what is it? Calm down. Can we go to the police station? Can you tell me why you're arresting me? They don't even know. The boss has said we come for you. But the constitution says you should tell someone why they are being arrested. How many people were told, apart from saying presidential directive? Until the president said, stop beating Ugandans.
Yes.
That's when it stopped.
Yeah.
Now, it is good they stopped, but I have a problem. that it had to be the president to tell them.
Yeah.
But we have the whole institutions. Where was the army spokesperson? Where was the director of human rights in police?
Yes.
Why didn't they come out and say, please don't? But always these guys are in Chankwanzi, they are always in refresher courses, don't they know? And one of the courses they teach there is human rights.
Yes.
Don't they know that beating people is a bad thing? So it is good, but in terms of rule of law, is institutions must be independent. That people shouldn't work because the president is watching.
Yeah.
So at least that was good, that they stopped beating people, and that they now came back to their senses.
Okay.
But after withdrawing LDU, and then they said, we are taking them back to school. So I don't know whether they had come for clerkship, internship, and they failed.
You're very interesting, Michael, because even when you're explaining a good point, you're quick to point out a weakness in it. I mean,
well, I just said it plainly.
Yes. Michael, so we are envisaging a situation.
Yeah.
I mean, part of the objective of this show is really to reflect on what have we learned, what can we do best, because we can't be sure if COVID-19 is ending today, or it's even a last
Or there is
pandemic.
something else.
Yes, it could be something else, but of a similar magnitude that could, happen in this country, even across the world. And we're wondering, Michael could be the next Minister of Justice or Consumer
even
Affairs,
else.
the Attorney General, or even the President or Minister of Health or whatever. You could have a role to play, basically, in this country. And I'm curious to know, what would be those policy proposals that you would push to ensure that we protect the rule of law amid these extraordinary times? We admit that pandemics are not normal times. There's just the need to put things together. What are those things we learn from this COVID experience that we're going through that you think would help us deal with a similar pandemic 5-10 years from now?
That's a very good one, and I hope we are learning. You see, the only problem I have, I've been telling people that we love our country, but does our country love us? We talk these things. Is it a problem to talk about a pothole outside?
No.
So when I talk about it, and then you say that I am bad, then who is bad? The one who has left the pothole open, or me who is talking about it? So for some time, we've been taken for granted, but it's okay. There are many things we've learned. I am happy even now as police enforcers. Traffic jam in Kampala is crazy. People need to understand that many people actually switched from public transport to private transport because it is easy for them. So and the time for curfew has still remained the same. So as a police person who is implementing this guideline, you need to have reasonableness, a degree of reasonableness. Discretion. And say, what am I going to do? It's traffic. So you allow, and I credit them for that. You allow some level of, 1 or 2 hours. Because what are you going to do with the people on the road? They are digging roads every now and then. Someone said some roads are like a pipeline. Today they dig here, tomorrow they dig here. That is again also another issue. Like in terms of planning, let's have guidelines. When this pandemic comes, what is the role of Parliament? Parliament was crying, we want to go and legislate. Many things are happening. They are passing under our, that was Parliament. Then you had people saying, shan't we go to school? Our right to education. Is anyone thinking about it? Then the market vendors, they are saying, you're saying that for us we should stay. But the ones who are coming and buying from us, they are coming every day and going back. But you're saying that for us we should stay. So who is bringing COVID and who is not bringing COVID? So we have learned in many sectors, the border sector, the taxi sector. What have we learned in terms of the taxi being, at half capacity?
Yes.
Does it work or not? Who enforces that people are wearing masks actually in a taxi? What have we learned? And then we must have a guideline of, I don't know whether we have actually in this country a policy on disaster, but we have a minister and we have a ministry. But I want to know, I want to hope that we have a policy. So that one should be able to guide, because tomorrow it will be something big. What happens if there is a fire like in Australia? All those big fires catching the city, what will happen? Shall we just collapse? And they call us to call us to call and say it is a doomsday. Let us all pray and die here. So we need to learn. It is okay. There are mistakes we've made, but progressively things have moved on well. We shouldn't wait for patients to cry that we are eating a lot of portion beans and yet Spice Diana is bringing eggs. You know, we shouldn't wait for people to complain. We shouldn't wait. We had issues of oxygen.
Yes.
And we've been calling for reclaiming public services. The health sector needs to be revised. Government should have an upper hand in regulating the health sector. You had issues of oxygen. You had issues of arrests of bodies. So we should learn from those. We shouldn't think that it is the end of it. There's need for policy review in terms of health, the policy review in terms of access to justice. We are still grappling. The other day I was having an issue with the court issuing guidelines following the presidential directives without law. I'm like, this is a type of justice. What should we do? And right now, actually now they are going into how to manage e-filing. I'm happy for that, out of COVID. So can we not just sleep and say, let's wait for another COVID to come, then we can, you know, resurrect. Let us continue discussing. And maybe
leverage technology.
yes, because it's going to help us as a country that I can file my application online and hear it online, and bail is granted, and that's it. So we need also to, the other point is to learn that some freedoms we need to respect. For example, I found that the right to dissent was one of those that were highly violated. The late Pastor Iga, rest in peace, the man asked a simple question, where is COVID? Get him and go and show him patients in Entebbe. Don't lock him up. The poor man died without knowing whether COVID was real or not. The right to dissent is an extension of the right of expression. That have a right to say, no, I don't think so. Then we engage at that level. So we need to promote the culture of debate in this country, that even away from misinformation. Now, another thing we need to learn is the issue of vaccination. It has caused a storm. Up to now, I'm still asking. Actually, I asked the Minister of Health, asked the PRO, and the Attorney General, what law are people using to stop Ugandans from accessing services because they don't have a card? Did you know that Ugandans are being, you can't go to some institutions, I won't mention them here, they have stopped people, they have stopped admitting people unless you have a COVID certificate. But that, under which law? First of all, people are struggling to get the vaccines. And you're saying, some other DCs, I think in Soroti and somewhere, they are saying, you can't enter my office unless you have the card. But I've gone to line up to get the vaccine, and the nurse has not come because they didn't give her 40,000. So we need to learn from that and say, this is a respectable country. We love tourists, but we should also equally love Ugandans who keep the country for the tourists to come. So there is a lot to learn. I am happy now that people are progressive, that they are open to debate, and the debate should continue. But we shouldn't force vaccination on Ugandans. We need to tell them you can take a vaccine, and it should be progressive. We are 50 million, and we need to vaccinate about 4.8 million. And so far we have done 1 million. So what is the 3 going to do? We stay home until we wait? We can't. So we need to balance life, the economy, human rights. It's always a balance. We shouldn't say the right to health is the only right you have. You can't eat, you can't dance, you can't do everything. No. So I think we need to balance and listen to people more. Because people are saying, how come the churches are allowed up to 200? Me, my kaba, which takes maximum 30 people, I'm not allowed to operate.
I'm a musician.
I'm a musician.
In a crowd.
I can't perform in a crowd. But a pastor who is just singing the whole day, is allowed. So we need to balance. There is no right that is greater than the other. And I'm sure that they are doing that. And I'm happy that now they take conversation, they take debate. This country is for all of us. Even the discussions on bail and what have you, the congestion of the prisons. We need to decongest. I can tell you that the ratio of the convict and remandees has been 50-50. And now it has steadily moved to 43 to 47, which is still minimal. That you have over, 400,000 something, people on remand. They have never seen a judge. They don't know how a judge looks like, how he talks. And then they are there and that you are in prison. So we need to learn from all these things and say what is the best way for our country. By the way, Uganda is known as a peaceful country. And I keep telling those people, but don't take us for granted. When you come here, respect the laws. And how come when everyone is leaving this country, they want to live well, they want to respect the laws of those countries they have gone to. When we come back and like, Gamba no go, what, all those things we are hearing. You know, we need to respect ourselves first, and then it will be good for everyone else.
Yeah, Michael, one of the issues that arose at the start of COVID-19, I think there was a lot of conversations around this, was whether the government of Uganda should have declared a state of emergency in order to deal with the pandemic. And the arguments for and against this. But from a governance, lens, what are your thoughts on that proposal? What merits would it have brought or otherwise?
I think I was one of those who were proposing for it. But I also asked myself a historical question. Have we ever had a state of emergency in this country? Have they ever declared a state of emergency? When we have a state of emergency, what happens to this country? Are we able to actually manage? Because state of emergency, you're saying, guys, it is beyond us, and you're calling upon the international community to come and support you, which sometimes is a political thing.
Yes.
People have to show we are in control, just give us money, and we shall sort it.
We'll handle things.
But legally and in the democratic lens, I think that was the best thing to do. You say what? You know what? Let's declare a state of emergency and handle everything ad hoc as it comes. Because now you had many people, battered. We would have avoided all these things. Then you have elections which are handled haphazardly, campaigns, suspended. So I'm even wondering how the people of Kampala voted, like basing on what?
Yeah.
That's why the incumbents were able to make it. But Michael, who has just come up and I want also to run, but I'm not allowed to campaign in Kampala. They don't know me. So on the ballot, they tick whoever they know. So a lot of, the citizens' will and Article 1 that they shall determine how they should be governed and who was stifled. So in that state of emergency, elections would have been postponed. Okay? You postpone the elections until, we are in a sane environment and have the elections.
But some people actually argue that much as there was no official state of emergency,
we
practically lived under one. I don't know what your sense on that could be.
Yeah,
as we come to the end of this year.
I agree, and I've told you that these things are always political. There is hybrid democracies, which I don't believe in.
Yes.
The hyphen democracy, these things of hybrid regime, or it is either democracy or not. So these guys have been running a hybrid sort of thing. So it is a state of emergency. So what they didn't just call it is a state of emergency. They just call it, the state of affairs. We are in a state of affairs, and this is how we are dealing with it. But it was intertwined because if you see, all actions were done, and then they sanitized later. Let me just give you a small example.
Yes.
Between May and July or August, we had no cabinet. We had no Minister of Health.
Even the budget was
yes. So at that point, I was asking whoever was implementing, and remember, the statutory instrument had expired. So I was asking, between this period, what COVID guidelines or COVID instruments were we implementing? So I would have expected that at least, the president would have appointed immediately, probably the Minister of Health, to support the process, because he has all the powers. But you see, between that period until the Minister of Health was appointed, we were in a vacuum of there's no Minister of Health. So what COVID-19 law were we implementing? Because we can't implement the presidential directives. So it was a hybrid indeed, and of course it works politically for some. But at the end of the day, we need to come down to, okay, we've learned our lessons. I hope we learn. Because one of the bigger things, problem I have is the non-responsive nature of those in power. That they say, come we talk, but then they talk to you. You come, participate, but then they participate you. So we need to find a way that we balance and say we love this country. Let us see what works for us. But by and large, I want to salute the officers. I want to salute everyone, the health officials. There are those who lost their lives, rest in peace, and everyone who has continued to support the rule of law. Because people do that and they don't know. If you refuse to give a bribe to an officer, you're actually supporting rule of law.
Yeah.
If you do things the way
You
they're
have a role
supposed
to play.
you have a role to play. Because citizens want government to yambe do everything. But under Article 17, they have almost 10 obligations they're supposed to do. But then they just tell them one of them is paying tax. And they forget others.
Thank you so much, Michael. Michael makes a very strong case for us as citizens to play a part in ensuring the rule of law, and more importantly, for the government of Uganda, like any other state, to put in place good laws that promote rule of law and democracy, but more importantly, respect those laws. This has been You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Next time, we'll be having another topical discussion on another human right which has been affected by the virus. For today, we'd like to say thank you to our partners, Legal Hub Uganda and I4C Africa Hub, for making this possible, and to Michael Aboneka from Action Aid Uganda for taking the time to be with us and have a discussion. Thank you so much. It's a bye from us here.
I'm a believer of functionality over form.
Oh, yes.
What will make you function as opposed to what form must you possess? Like you've done all the theories, you've done all these, but I'm a believer of functionality.
Yeah.
Now, people will tell you, for academics is not about only just functionality. So we must give you basis, approach, all the things that you need to know. Granted, must it take 4 years?
Certainly not.
Thank you. So how do we, because you see, time is no longer luxury.
Yeah. And COVID has showed us that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we need to really search deeply and ask ourselves, what do we want?
What do we want to achieve with this?
And then how do we run the transformation? How do we change? And how do we manage change? I think for me, like I said, until it is painful, you can't.
Faizo, we're going to wrap this up quickly. I want to just look into that camera and tell us, the 3 things that we should take home today, that you think we should pick up from this conversation today. What does it mean from the creative and, the festival programmer's point of view, which has music, dance, drama, theater, and the writers? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think 3 things, I don't know. Off-head, I would say, the first thing, the opportunities are there. And we've seen it, we've been shared, we've been told, and we've experienced it. So we think that we need, second, to prepare ourselves to, when the opportunity comes, we take it when we are ready. And I think that's the most important thing. The second thing is that I think it's important we try to learn the language. The language will help us, it will ease the conversation, it will ease the opportunities to collaboration, it will ease our engagement, because once people know that you've made an effort to learn or to understand their language, it makes it easier them even to trust, to know that you have an interest in what is going on. The third thing I would say, don't expect everything from France. They're not your parents, they're not your governments. They're also doing their best. They have so many problems, and this whole continent is looking up to them to support them. I know they have a history, but that's not our fault or the current people. I think we need to play a role ourselves. We need to see that if we want to play at a leveled ground, whereby
If I am France, I have the same values and respect and work ethics and integrity like being in Uganda, then we'll do business. So let's see, how do we need to move forward, to level, to work together, to respect, to understand, to integrate, and to be open-minded. That's all. Thank you.
Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Wherever you're watching from in the world, it could be morning, could be evening, it could be afternoon. In the UK, they have a saying that any time is tea time, but here on House of Talent Television, we say any time is coffee time. Welcome to the Coffee Break Show this week. Like I said, my name is Ateng Emmanuel. This is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at HTV1. On Twitter, House of Talent Uganda live stream on our YouTube channel, or you can head up to our Facebook on House of Talent TV Uganda and make sure you catch this show. This is the show that brings you everything about coffee, from the farmers to the baristas to the coffee drinkers to the enthusiasts, anything and everything about coffee. Today in the studio with me is a man who has a wide span of knowledge when it comes to coffee, and not only coffee, when it comes to agriculture, and he's here to share with us his knowledge about the coffee industry. Owen, you're very welcome to the show. It's good to have you here. I know you have a wealth of experience working for Naro. I know that you also went to Israel to do your master's, and the knowledge I believe that you're going to give us here today about coffee is going to help everyone out there. Before we get deep into this show, we're just discussing about there's a thing that we have on the show about coffee myths. Some people think that when you take coffee, ABC happens. But before the show, we're discussing about a myth that I actually hadn't heard about. Okay, in Uganda, they say that coffee was used to make bullets. I don't know how true this is.
From where I come from, in Rwenzori sub-region, it's a childhood myth, and actually some elders still carry it on that coffee is used to make bullets, because basically the farmers didn't know what happens beyond their coffee, beyond after drying, what happens. They say, part of it is in making bullets. It's a myth. You should ask people from Rwenzori sub-region. You know.
That's an interesting one. I'd actually never heard about that myth. You know, I'd heard about other myths, but making bullets. I don't even know how you get from coffee to bullets. But yeah, I mean, those are the things that us as the coffee enthusiasts really need to clear. And I liked how you said that, you know, it came from the farmers and they don't know what happens beyond the farm, you know, and I believe that that is a good place for us to start at. We have had people on the show and we have basically talked about where coffee begins, you know, from getting the seed, putting it into the ground, okay, from the nursery bed to the farm, then all the way down to the coffee drinker, you know, from tree to cup, as they usually say it. But one of the things that is actually not discussed, okay, is the issues that are faced during that period when the coffee is growing. For example, the different coffee diseases that are there. Yeah, I know that there are certain baristas, even if you ask them today what coffee diseases exist, they know nothing about them. All they know is their part as a barista, and I believe that this knowledge has to be known by them. So coming from your experience, okay, you've worked in Naro, you've worked in Zadi, and what are some of these diseases that affect coffee, you know, and are there some that are particular to Uganda, or it's a wide spectrum that is just affects coffee around the world?
Well, there are quite many diseases, but some are specific to species. As you know, we have two major economic species.
Yeah.
There's Coffea arabica and then Coffea robusta.
Yeah.
Diseases like coffee wilt disease are specific to robusta. It will never affect arabica.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it doesn't affect arabica. But then there are diseases that are common or prevalent in arabica, like the coffee leaf rust. Not a big problem in robusta. Then there are other like coffee berry disease, coffee red blister.
Yeah.
There are many diseases, and this is something that we would like farmers and baristas to understand.
Yeah.
Some diseases like the berry disease, red blister, affect the quality. When these diseases affect the cherries, they dry off. But what if someone carries the same diseased cherries and sells them as chiboko? If you don't understand that this is a diseased cherry, you will think it has been dried, yet they stripped it off, you know, mix it with the normal cherries. Yeah. And it's good to know the disease, it's good to know the pests. It's the basis of the farmer, of farm management. Just like parenting, you need to know when your kid is sick of what, to tell that the kid is sick, then you seek further treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't know the signs of flu, then you
can't treat it.
You think maybe the kid is just sneezing.
Yeah. So
knowing that they are sick, knowing their plant is sick, is one step of seeking further help.
Yeah. So how do we get to know what is the process of, because if I go to the hospital and say, let me say in my mind, I think I have malaria, okay? But the doctor basically has to go through a diagnosis. They'll take some blood here, they'll take a urine test there, and at the end of the day, they will verify whether I actually have malaria or not, okay? So what is that process in coffee where you get to know which kind of disease is affecting a certain kind of coffee?
Okay, first is understanding them, is having regular talks with the extension workers, the researchers, and people who understand the diseases. A disease like coffee wilt disease, the most common, obvious symptom is dieback. Dieback is when your coffee dies from the head, that tip, it dies going down. Because coffee wilt disease is caused by fungi. Now the fungi will block nutrients and water from going up the tree.
Yeah.
That means the farthest is the one that is going to die.
Yeah.
The farthest will die and dies like that.
All the way down.
Dieback. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the commonest disease. But coffee wilt disease that does not have obvious symptoms on the cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other diseases like red blister and then berry disease, they have obvious symptoms because they are specific to cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a few symptoms on the leaves. Coffee leaf rust, your coffee will rust, and this is important for Arabica farmers. The coffee will have some rust under the leaf. When you turn your leaf like this, you'll see a rust.
Yeah.
Just like rust. Yeah.
Okay, so imagine I'm a farmer. Okay, I have my farm.
I believe in my mind that everything is going well. Okay, then you, as Naro, come and tell me, you know what, your plants have such and such a disease. These are the symptoms. Okay, so what is the process that we would go through, okay, to help me in such a case? Because I know that there are very many farmers who actually have no idea. Okay, sometimes they say, oh, I'm cursed.
Yeah, that's another myth.
That's another myth. Okay, so sometimes they think it's a curse. You know, so a neighbor of theirs was jealous, went to the witch doctor, and, you know, cursed their plants. But in the event that my plants, let's say, are sick, okay, what is the next step in treatment?
Okay, first, now you've seen unusual, mishap in your field.
Yeah.
Narrow does not do extension,
Okay.
but usually reaches out to the farmers, because narrows, I'm not speaking for narrow, but the narrow mandate stops at dissemination. Tech development and dissemination.
Yeah.
The NADS and OWC pick it up from there, because their mandate is to do extension.
Yeah.
Now, but doesn't stop me from telling you that your coffee is sick, or another expert, we have NGOs that also do extension, to tell you that, yeah, your coffee is sick. So after that, but you've also seen the symptom, then you seek expert help.
Yeah.
The expert will tell you whether you need to spray, or you need to cut, or you need to use culture methods, or inorganic sprays or organic sprays.
Yeah.
If you know it, you can take it upon yourself. If, let's say, you've had an experience with the disease and it has resurfaced, you can use the previous, treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the most important thing I'll emphasize on is seek expert help. Before you buy a chemical, you need to know, is this the right one? Am I going to use it right? So that you don't waste your money, or you don't pre-expose yourself to, something that could be dangerous to you. Or you're trying to spray coffee wilt disease with a fungicide, and yet this disease is inside.
Yeah.
The fungi is inside. We call it the xylem and phloem. That is where the fungi is. But you're spraying the leaves and all that. It may not help. You're wasting money. You're also exposing yourself to these chemicals.
True.
So it's best to seek expert knowledge. If you don't understand, if you know a farmer who has had an experience with the same disease, ask them. Consult widely.
Yeah.
Have second and third opinions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm to seek expert help, okay, I believe that there are certain avenues that I have to follow. There are certain organizations where I can seek this help. So what are some of those organizations that as a farmer I can go to?
First is Narrow.
Yeah.
I'm not being biased, because I've been working with Narrow, but first is Narrow, because it's Narrow that generates the technologies, generates the control measures, the varieties, and disseminates them.
Yeah.
Then there's NADS. NADS has a League of Extension Workers. There's UCDA now. UCDA controls the coffee industry, regulates the coffee industry, and they are the best people to reach out to. UCDA has extension workers actually in almost every coffee growing region.
Yeah.
Then there are other NGOs that are specific to coffee or specific to agriculture extension. Other NGOs like TechnoServe. Then there are private companies that are into coffee but also do extension, because it's a win-win.
Yeah.
You don't want farmers to lose. You are cutting off your supply. So some private companies have taken it upon themselves to offer extension services.
Yeah.
So ask widely,
Yeah.
but don't rely so much on Twitter or Google, because you may end up getting a recommendation for Vietnam thinking it will work in Uganda. So Google, but also ask, reach out to the experts.
Yeah. Okay, you talked about UCDA there, and I've heard from a couple of people that every time they have tried to approach UCDA, they did not get help, okay? And they're of the view that, you know what, since UCDA can't help us, we're going to do this by ourselves. How true is that? Does UCDA actually, in their mandate to regulate coffee in Uganda, actually help these people, or there's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape that goes into this, that by the time you actually get the help, maybe you've lost the morale? So does UCD actually help?
UCD is supposed to help, and I know some farmers that have been helped.
Yeah.
First, They are the first ears in case there is an outbreak of a strange disease. You have to reach out to UCDA or to NADS. They help, but usually they help organized farmers. And it's like, I'm a UCDA extension worker. I'm not speaking for them. I'm a UCDA extension worker. You found me in Kampala. You're telling me about a disease that is in Masaka. I cannot understand it, and I don't have even means of facilitation to go there. So I'll direct you to the nearest extension workers. So when farmers don't understand, don't get to access, help within their location, they'll say, I wasn't helped. I'm just trying to imagine. And also sometimes it's easier to work with organized farmers. Let's say you're an association, then you invite UCD extension worker. You can come. You're 20 farmers, 100 farmers. That's a bigger platform. Because they're also underfunded.
I like the way you say that UCDA is supposed to help.
They are supposed to help. Because they regulate the industry. And now with the Coffee Act, they have more powers.
I think that brings me.
That's what they have always wanted, and they have it.
Okay, we're going to get into a break right now, but viewers will come back with more, about coffee. I believe that this is a very good discussion, especially for the farmers who are out there and may not have an idea about the various things that go into, farming of coffee. For example, the diseases, then what happens after you've grown the coffee. And we're going to have more of this discussion with Owen in the studio. Stay right there. This is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television with me, Ateng Emmanuel.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. Baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business.
The brew ratio is, I think, the most important brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us to the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I? Exactly. So if you don't master the brew ratio,
then being eager to learn for everyone who is out there, with the young men, every young man out there, you need to be eager to learn, because there are many opportunities there. I don't know, I've met Emma today, I don't know where we shall meet any other time. I will meet this person, so always be humble and be eager to learn. And then about coffee, I've learned, like I think I've learned that always take everything in the steps. Because if I had started with the basics, I wouldn't be back here now.
Because I knew maybe probably big hotels serve coffee. So to my dismay is that I introduced myself as a barista, and everybody was like, "What's a barista?" So I said, a barista is a specialist that makes coffee, a person who makes coffee for people to, coffee like, cappuccino, different kinds of, coffees, and people were like very green. Yeah, no. I say, this is a big hotel. I expected to find here a coffee machine, and nobody knows about it. So it's, I think, incumbent of us to really transform this entire community, the entire country, to coffee, to learn about coffee, and also to give them the advantages of coffee, teach them about coffee, and then later on they maybe consume it, rather than just selling it.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and before we went for the break, we're talking to Owen Singura about the different coffee diseases that face coffee. We're talking about what happens during the coffee growing process. And coming back to the show right now, Owen, welcome back to the show. I know we started the show on a coffee myth that, coffee apparently was used to make bullets.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. And I think now, as a farmer or as someone who's out there, it is a myth. We have debunked that one for now, yeah. And we're talking about basically the different kind of diseases that affect, coffee, and also how to diagnose them, and also what to do, for the farmers who are out there when your crop gets diseases, what you can do. And one of the things you said is that we should seek professional help. And, after getting that professional help, that opens up, other avenues to what you can do for your crop. Coming back to the show, I remember you can catch us on our social media web pages, HTV1 on our Twitter, on our YouTube, our House of Talent Uganda live stream, and also on Facebook at House of Talent Uganda. Make sure to watch the show, spread it far and wide to the farmers out there, to the baristas, to the roasters, whoever is involved in the coffee chain and the coffee process, because we need this knowledge if we are to make Ugandan coffee be at par with Ethiopian coffee. As I read in the Coffee Act, we are trying to get to where Ethiopia is, and I believe that it's a very good thing. We're talking earlier, and you told me that you went to Israel, to do your masters. Okay. First question is, do they have a coffee culture in Israel like we do in Uganda?
Yeah, they do. They are big time coffee drinkers, and different ways. There's the Turkish coffee. There's Arab coffee, you know, that in the pot, and then you swirl it in the sun, gets ready, you pour, and they have actually better taste of coffee than us, yet they don't grow. You know, I've met 50-year-olds who have never seen a coffee tree, but they take a lot of coffee. They take coffee in the morning, coffee in the afternoon. I know a guy who takes coffee and cigarette as breakfast. But you know, the irony is we who grow don't take.
Yeah, I think that's a big irony. So what are some of those differences you saw between, you know, the coffee culture in Israel and that in Uganda? I know you've already talked about one. We grow it, we don't take it. They don't grow it, yet they take it more than us. Okay, so what are some more of those differences that you experienced when it comes to that coffee culture in these two places? Different areas of the world, actually.
Their taste is growing towards specialty. There are specialty cafes coming up. Then the people, when they go to buy, they don't go for instant coffee. And for us, when we go in the supermarket, even the richer ones, we buy instant coffee. But actually, just let me take you a little off. Instant coffee is like a sausage. The best meat is not used in making sausage. The best meat is reserved for steak. The, you know, mediocre meat and, you know, of course the red meat is what they use in rolling for sausage, because you'll not see the quality unless you've made custom-made sausage. The same thing with instant coffee. The good thing with coffee, they don't throw anything apart from the extraneous matter, stones and plastics, if they are there. The undergrades, the broken beans, the rotten beans are the ones they reserve for instant coffee, because when you get a tin of the instant coffee, you will not know that this was from screen 18. So the screen 18 and 15 reserve it for cafes and specialty coffee and fine coffee, because someone is seeing what they are buying. The aroma is there. The rest, the irony is when it comes here, instant coffee is more expensive than specialty and fine coffee. Even the educated people, the exposed ones, they don't. It's the river. In Israel, people are aiming for, you know, top quality. And they actually import some coffee from Africa and South America. They repackage it, create private labels, and they earn a lot of money from it. Why not us do it?
You know, it's interesting that there's this westernization effect. Okay, the way they have marketed instant coffee, it feels like when it comes down to Africa, me, the person who's taking instant coffee, is perceived as the one who has money or class, for that matter. Yet, if you went into a deeper understanding, you know, the person who's actually taking the real coffee could be considered as the person with more class in this matter. But
I won't say that people are not exposed, guys have traveled, but it's still gross ignorance. But still, we can do the instant coffee from our good coffee. I remember it's Kausheng, I would say, why not use good coffee to make instant coffee, because it will be cheaper here. We can still explore that avenue as we are graduating people from instant to brewed coffee. Back in the day when I was volunteering with UCDA in, you know, increasing local coffee consumption campaign, we used to hit the market and brew the coffee, but someone will tell you, why is this coffee rough? Why is this coarse? We want the smooth one. I can tell you, no, the smooth one is not good. This coffee is rough for a reason. Otherwise, we could have made it finer. But the reason is, the rougher the coffee, the better the brew. Not very rough, but of course you have to, you know, hit the standard. Again, this is scientific, that rough coffee has a lower surface area to volume ratio. That means it will retain the aroma very fast. I want people to do an experiment. You know, open a tin of instant coffee. I don't want to mention the major brand. Open it, and also open the tin of your brewing grade coffee, the rough one, what Ugandans call the rough one. Leave it open for 1 week. After 1 week, the best thing the instant coffee will be able to do is turn water to brown. But with this brewing grade coffee, there will still be the aroma.
because the surface area is low, that means it still keeps the, you know, the fineness in it.
Yeah.
The instant coffee, everything will go.
Yes,
They
go.
knock a whoa. So that's something we want to, you know, our Ugandans learn. But we understand. There are another challenge is people don't know how to brew coffee.
Yeah.
If they knew, maybe they would have tried it. So I genuinely don't blame them.
Yeah.
Brewing coffee, Ugandans, they want to brew coffee like tea. But actually, we also don't know how to brew good tea.
Tea, true.
Get coffee, get water, boiled water, add coffee, then stir immediately. Then the coffee will float. Then we say, ha. Oh, Malaba, Ugandan products. Tivalina class, see, all the coffee is floating. But that's not, it's not how it should be. The rule of brewing, if you are brewing from a cup, it's coffee first, water.
Yeah.
Back in the day, in high school, when you used to do chemistry, they will tell you, do not add water to acid because it's going to burst and kill you.
Yeah.
So it has to be the other way around.
Yeah.
You know, add acid to water, especially if it's concentrated.
Yeah.
It's the standard rule in the lab and in my profession.
Yeah.
So the same thing, if you want to brew home brewing of our Ugandan coffee, the rough one as you call it, boil water, make sure it boils. Put coffee first in the cup, then add the water. Then wait for at least 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
The coffee itself will go down. You won't need to, you know, do this drinking when you're spitting sweet.
Yeah. I think the first experience people have with coffee, like we're talking earlier, there is this, I also don't want to mention the brand, but we have coffee for 100 shillings. You know? So it's the same process. Get the coffee for 100 shillings, like you get tea leaves, pour it in a cup, and you know, we have a show on our TV station called the Creative Industry Talk. Basically talks about creativity in Uganda, and one of the shows will talk about Bubu, you know, by Uganda. Okay, and Ugandan products are seen, however good a Ugandan product is, in the eyes of the people, it's always going to be mediocre. Okay, we always say, man, these things are made in Uganda. Okay, so I think the same could be applied to the coffee in Uganda. How can we change people's perspective? Because I believe that if I say put a coffee from Uganda, very good coffee, and I brought another, let's say from the States, someone will obviously run towards the one of the States without even analyzing which one could be better. Just that the fact that this is made in Uganda. How can we change the perspective, okay, of Ugandans to actually start supporting Ugandan products, you know, in reference to the coffee industry?
So that's a good one. Actually, it's not only Ugandans struggling with that. Many countries also, the Israelis think foreign is best. Yet for us, we look up to Israelis. So it's a common thing amongst citizens of different countries. You think foreign is good because it has come all the way to here, you know, champagne and all that stuff. Yeah. So, so one thing is the Ugandan people also have to imitate the standards of the competitors.
Yeah.
I look at coffee brands. You reach the supermarket, you look at how we are branding Ugandan coffee, and I will assure you that 90% of them are not going to cross the border to even Kenya. We have that cliche packaging of valve packs. It's standard, yes, we understand. It's standard for coffee, but you all having the same thing.
Yeah.
When I was at university, at the Chamberlain University Coffee Association, and Meiko and Haman and the members, we created a brand, but also used the same valve packaging. It's something we did at undergraduate, but you find someone has invested 1 billion, but still packaging in 1 million, 1 million kind of packaging.
Yeah.
We need to imitate excellence if we can't make excellent products, if we can't make excellent packaging. Get our coffee, package it like they do. I usually give an example of, you've seen how the Vietnamese pack their coffee, or the Thailand pack black ivory coffee.
Yeah.
This is not expensive packaging, but you just have to have the patience of understanding packaging and branding. Let me give you an example. We used to do the packaging, valve packs, put a sticker.
Yeah.
Take it to the supermarket. The supermarket will tell you, we are not paying you until we sell. I used to be mad. You know, Herman was our marketing manager. We used to be mad that they are not paying us. They're actually surviving on us. But after since they were taking our coffees, adding it down the shelf, you know, with other many brands of the same packaging. Then they put the foreign brands at the corner where there's maximum attention. And the foreign brands, of course, they are paying cash upfront. For us, first sell and then pay you. In the end, the coffee gets stale. Now, when a consumer comes to the supermarket, and I know many guys who don't take supermarket coffee, is that you go to the supermarket, you're buying coffee that has spent 3 months, 6 months. It is stale. Because of the packaging, and also the grocery managers have put them down in the Kayola. So if you have to attain the boo-boo, if you have to boost coffee consumption and people support our brands, we need to do top-notch packaging, world-class packaging. I don't want to talk about what we presented at the World Coffee Expo, but to be sure that no one is going to buy it, or no one will even take it for free. Because it is so cliche. This is packaging of 30 years ago.
I'm on the losing side, okay? And the foreigners are getting more and more out of us, and even that money that they're getting is not really repatriated back into the country.
It's not your money.
It's not our money. So all of us are losing at the end of the day, and it's something that we need to really, do to improve the coffee industry. I know one of your backgrounds is research in coffee, and we're talking earlier, and you said, in coffee research, to come up with, a type of coffee takes you 10 to 15 years, okay? And to the normal person, they think, now how are we going to wait 10 to 15 years, for you to come up with a different kind of coffee? Is there one that you have come up with? Is there one that you are currently working on? And if so, could you give us some more, information about it?
Oh, that's a nice one. To an ordinary person, they cannot imagine that the coffee they are growing, someone sat a decade and more to work on it. Towards the late 90s and the early 2000s, there was coffee wilt disease. It's really ravaged and destroyed almost over 50% of the Robusta coffee. Now, Narrow had to sit because, every problem in agriculture, the eyes are on Narrow. They had to sit and try to create solutions. And one of the solutions, coffee wilt disease is a very tricky one. I told you, you will spray and you won't control it. So they have flavors. Another thing is that after researchers have developed the variety, they have to take it to UCDA for scoring. Because it doesn't help when you make a good coffee variety, high yielding, big, and it doesn't taste well. So now that's how UCDA comes in. They have to assess the cup quality. And it's a back and forth, years and years and years and years, and they say, now, this is good. Because you don't want to spend 10 years on a loser product.
True.
You're wasting taxpayers' money, you're wasting your time. So the 10 varieties, in actual sense, it should be that KR 7 is better than, KR 10 is better than KR 7. Theoretically, that's how it should be. But sometimes you find that KR 10 has, KR 7 has better attributes than KR 10. The whole point is give farmers a wide range of choices to work with. Always assess. And I actually recommend farmers, every farmer should be a researcher on their field. Use your own understanding, do your own assessments. Narrow may not reach anywhere, NADS may not reach everywhere, UCDA may not reach everywhere, like you said. But farmers have to be their own researchers. Compare, say, this one does well, this one doesn't do well, or this one is heavier, this one is lighter, this one matures faster. But why did we go the cloning way? No, the breeders realized, okay, let me go back to the biology of coffee. Two coffee species, Robusta and Arabica. The difference, one of the differences that Arabica is self-pollinating. By the time an Arabica flower opens, it has, pollinated itself, or to pollinate itself shortly. Robusta is cross-pollinating. Now, you remember in our basic biology and science, cross-pollination is moving anthers from here and pollen from here to the stigma of the other. So you are creating variability. Like man and woman who create a child who has characteristics from both. Now, Robusta being cross-pollinating, the fruits are going to be different from either of the parents. But now you want to keep the disease-resistant top-notch. So you have to clone. So the nursery operators, the Narrow and UC, they have mother gardens where they pick clones so that you have the same. If it is KR7, you're going to produce seedlings that are strictly KR7. Because even if KR7 is pollinated by another variety, you're going to create L8 seeds. L8 seeds also work, but the resistance of L8 seeds to coffee wilt disease is not as high as a clone, because with clones you have true to type. Imagine they cloned you, Emma. You're going to have a kid who is going to be like you 100%.
True.
Maybe you're resistant to COVID. Just think. So we shall clone you and make many Emmas. That's it's by the way. But if you married someone, you're going to have a kid who is looking like mom or like you, or having combined traits. So the L8 seeds work, but their resistance is not as strong as if they were clones. Now, most farmers go for L8s. Because L8s are cheaper. Just get this seeds, coffee seeds, plant them, they germinate, you sell. Clones, you have to have a mother garden, you have to be certified by ECD to operate a commercial nursery, you have to clone. But the upside of it is that the cloned varieties are going to mature faster, and they have the resistance to the wilt disease, and they are true to type. If you like KR7, you're going to have KR7. If it's 10, you're going to have KR10. Maybe you've gotten an importer or a client who likes KR7 or likes KR8. So that means you're going to give them, you're controlling your quality. That's quality assurance. Done. But your coffee is going to taste the same today, next year, and the other year for 10 years.
Interesting. I like how you say that most farmers actually go and buy the Elite because they are cheap. Which is a Ugandan problem.
So we want to take shortcuts. But in farming, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work in farming. We're coming towards the end of the show, and we have discussed a lot of things. But as we draw towards the end, we were discussing earlier about how we have different players in this coffee chain. And right now the focus is mainly on the baristas. And on this show we have had a lot of baristas, and I believe that most of them actually, because a barista course is 1 month, 2 months, if you want to 3 months at the most, and most of them don't have the kind of knowledge like you are talking about right now. Most of them don't know what happens in the farm apart from the theory they're given in class. So as we come to the end of the show, what word do you have for baristas out there? Because like we said earlier, you won't be a barista at 70. What can these baristas do to make themselves more relevant in the coffee chain and the coffee process, and also more relevant for their lives going ahead?
I usually meet baristas and I'll tell them you're going to be active for 10 years maximum. If you stretch it, 20 years. But you can graduate yourself first. You've learned barista, basic barista, add more skills, but also advance to maybe quality control. Because if you do R or Q grading, then you can get a job in a private farm or a coffee exporting or a coffee processing farm. That's one plus. Another thing, if you're a barista who has a background in agriculture, you can work backwards, switching back to your profession. It's going to be good if you applied for a job, let's say quality control, and you're a barista, you have studied R or Q, and you also know some coffee agronomy. Definitely they will take you. Also, you're going to be better than someone who has studied quality control but is not a barista, because you know every employee wants a bigger package of you at the same price. So the thing is, if you're a barista, you're 40 years, you've overstretched maybe 40, 45, at least learn Q or R. UCD has free, you know, these are free courses. I'm not speaking for UCD, but they are free. R and Q grading, they are free. You stand a chance to get a job in the coffee industry, in growing or processing farm. But another thing, we have some people we are with who have a background in agriculture or biotechnology. I know some who have switched back to research. And again, they stand a higher chance. Because if I applied for a job with the counterpart who is just an agriculture expert, but I'm also a barista expert, I know some basic of quality control, then I stand higher chances. And I'm going to get a job. I know guys who have done that. Done barista, then switched back to research. And they're doing amazing things. Because also the researchers don't know how good coffee is. They are preparing it, but then they don't know that you can make a mocha, latte, and you can make all these variations. It's also helping the research industry. When I was, still in coffee research, as an intern, our director by then banished instant coffee. And he was a new director. He was like, guys, we are a coffee research institute. Why are we taking instant coffee? Like, come on, guys. And not just instant coffee, imported instant coffee. Dude, you people should be taking the best coffee because you make it. You've earned it. Now, they have an espresso machine. They brew. They're enjoying. You see? But to bring that vibe, it takes someone who understands coffee beyond the bean to, bring that vibe. Now they're happy people. They're like, man, I didn't know that my variety tastes this good. Because most probably the guy has made the variety and has not been drinking it. So that's the vibe. And I know guys who are changing, the research world also. They are baristas. They have gone back to research. The baristas, but they have gone into, because even private companies want researchers, they want agronomists. The whole thing is, if you have gone into the coffee industry, you may not understand everything, but try to understand the basics of coffee from the seedling beyond the bean. Even the market metrics. Especially the market metrics. It's important to understand the market dynamics. The biggest thing in the market dynamics right now, Brazil was hit bad by hailstorms and frost. It's a plus to us.
It gives us an opportunity
it's an opportunity for us.
Slide in there somewhere.
The smart guy, when Brazil was hit by frost, should have bought more coffee. Because actually there's a coffee crisis. It's projected that 3 years from now, there's going to be a coffee crisis. If you can buy coffee, buy it as much as you can, because it's going to be high. Sorry for the Brazilians.
But kind of good for us. Well, Owen, if you're a farmer, if you're a CEO and you own your own coffee shop, there's a lot of information about coffee that you need to know. And this show basically gives you all that information. We want to thank you for staying with us this whole time, and we'll have another guest next weekend, or Owen will be back, or will be at the farm. You never know. But thank you for being with us. This has been the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Till next time, get a good cup of coffee, and remember, Ugandan coffee is actually the best coffee out there. Have a blessed day.
to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
At the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and then in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila and it's a Friday. Welcome to the CEO Bench. Of course, this week we bring you a very interesting guest, the third female on the show, and we will be talking leadership, change management and transformation. And of course, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to of course lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time that comes with leadership challenges and change management is key in us making proper decisions that will take our organization forward, but also to allow us, manage impact of what we're trying to do. So today on the show, this program brings you Francis Birungi Odom, who is an executive director of Ukobak. I'm yet to understand how to pronounce the entire word from her, but Francis, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, I'm very well, thank you.
And welcome to the CEO Bench.
Thank you, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So, in a nutshell, who is Francis?
So, who is Francis? So, Francis is Francis Birungi Odong, as you said. I am, what should I say? I work in Ukobak, like you said. Ukobak in full, it's a mouthful indeed. It's Uganda Community-Based Association for Women and Children's Welfare. I am married to one man. We have 4 children. I was born in Kenya, but I'm Ugandan. My parents were exiled in Kenya for a period of time. So we are a family of 7, and 6 of us were born in Kenya, and then we moved back to Uganda. So I have been partly raised in Kenya and partly raised in Uganda. So basically that's who I am. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Yes. It's always difficult for people to say who they are and what they stand for.
Yes.
So Francis, welcome to the CEO Bench. We want to know more about you as an individual. How did you end up where you are in what you're doing today? Since you said you were born in Kenya because your parents were exiled in Kenya, why did you choose not to stay in Kenya than to return to Uganda and to end up to what you're doing today?
Yeah. Really, that was not my choice. That was my parents' choice. I'm sure them living in Kenya was not by choice. It was because of the circumstances at that time. And so when everything settled down, they chose to return to Uganda, and we were taken to schools in Uganda. Unfortunately, when I came into Uganda, when we came back as a family, I only spoke Swahili. I couldn't speak anything else. So getting into school, it was very difficult because, of course, in Uganda, we don't speak Swahili. It was very difficult to speak, to speak English, to speak the local languages in Uganda. So I had to go backwards. So many times in the classes, as I was progressing, I was usually the older one in the class because I had to go back, a number of steps. But it was okay. Somehow I was fitting in. Did my primary school here in a school called Insuve. Then from there, I went to Tororo Girls School for secondary. Finished my secondary, went to Green Hill, did my HSC, then went to university. Where I did a first degree, and while doing actually when I was in my senior 6 vacation, I asked my mom that I wanted to do some voluntary work. I wanted to, to do something other than sitting at home. So she was, at that time, she was working with a non-government organization as well called Forward, and I was taken in as an intern. So I worked there. It really kind of gave me the first experience of working in a civil society organization. They were focusing on work, supporting women to participate in leadership positions and so forth. So it was very intriguing at that age, but it was not yet my time to really, work. I wasn't very sure, but I was trying to figure out what it is that I wanted to do. And for me, it was very empowering seeing what was happening in this organization. And when I went to university, I did social sciences, majoring in sociology. So I think my choice for the university for the course that I took was because of what I saw that was happening in this organization. So I did my sociology course, finished 3 years, and after school I told, again I had a conversation with my parents and told them, you know what, I feel like I want to do the work that I did when I was doing my voluntary work. So do you think you can help to talk to your peers, because they were doing that? My father was in politics, but my mother was doing civil society work. And at that point, I was taken in Yukovac. Yes. As an intern. Yes, so it was immediately after university that I joined Yukovac as an intern. And I started, doing simple work. I was really doing support work in the organization. But I was very eager to learn about what they were doing. It was very interesting, but also the kind of work that they were doing, working with women and children. I thought that was something that was very powerful. I moved to the field with the staff that were in Yukovac at that time. and did, you know, I would do the support work of giving out paper or serving tea or serving, you know, anything that I could be, you know, asked to do. But in the process, I always sat in the classes for the women and the children, and I would look at how the staff were impacting on these lives. It was very interesting to see how people's lives were transforming, you know, from nothing to something. So really it built, it built my interest. But also I felt that I wanted to know more about how I can contribute in a more meaningful way in this sector.
Wow.
Yes, so I worked there as an intern for some time, and I didn't feel like I wanted to do anything else. To me, because I had arrived, if I should say.
So basically your mind was corrupted, and this is where I'm going to be
arrived. I had arrived at that point, because really for me what was very important to me was transformation, was seeing lives of people changing from nothing to something. And the fact that in this environment was showing me that it is possible to contribute in one way or another to change an individual's life. So it exposed me. I came from a background, my parents, I wouldn't say it was a very poor family, so I had not got that exposure. So working in this environment really showed me the reality of the world. I came to see that actually majority of Ugandans were living in poverty, were vulnerable and needed support. So for me, it was fulfilling to work in this organization, and that is how I started my career in Yukovac.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're joining the CEO bench, that right there is getting you into what we call knowing somebody personally, and of course getting into their life. That is Frances is the executive director of Yukovac, and she's on the CEO bench. If you're joining us from anywhere in the world, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, and House of Talent /Facebook. Please tell your neighbor and tap your cousins, and this story is going to be a very interesting one. As well as on Twitter, wherever you are, tweet, show, share, retweet, and make sure everybody gets to know what is happening. Frances, I want to just take you straight to this. And in today's changing world, it's rapidly changing world, learning to lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time creatively is critical to our ability to make positive impact. And this television program is about those that are at the top of doing that, or those that are rising up to the top of doing that, and the focus is on transformational change and the implications for the individuals who are in that space as leaders, or in their organizations, or in the culture of the organization, or in our society, depending on what structure that we're in. Your story that you have given in the intro of this interview is very important. But we want to know something more specifically, lining to your organization, which is civil society today. Give us a sneak peek of the life of a woman in that space.
Oh, that's a very good question. The life of a woman in this space is just the same as the life of a woman in any other space. It's not an easy space, especially when it comes to leadership, and when it comes to influencing decisions and also influencing processes in any other institution. So it is not an easy space for a woman. It is a space where a woman has to do something extra or do something more to be able to prove that they are able to do what they should be doing. So I would say that it's the same. It's very competitive. Many times we see that in many civil society organizations, still we find them to be male-headed, and we're having many women, many girls taking up leadership roles in civil society organizations. But it's not an easy task. It's where we have to really prove ourselves that we can, lead these organizations to greater heights. And there's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done, and many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. Yeah. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to go for extra learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there's too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces. So it is really changing with time. As more women get into leadership positions, it's changing, and there is more appreciation that is coming towards women, because women have demonstrated, many women leaders in civil society organizations, like in any other institutions, have demonstrated that they are able to excel, to move these organizations to greater heights. So I think it's changing with time, but it's still very difficult for women to take on leadership positions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Francis, I like the journey, and would want to ask you one more question just before we go into a break.
Yeah.
The leadership journey and the little information about the organization you currently lead. You said you ended up there.
Yes.
Starting into the process of
internship,
and then luckily your mother ended up taking you there, and now you are in that space.
Yeah.
We want to know more about this organization. What are the issues that you are working on as you go back at the moment? Having started there as a child.
Okay.
I would call you as a child.
Yes, I was a child. I was a child. At that time, I was probably barely 20, maybe 19. Yes. A grown-up child, I should say. So the reason why I say my mother took me there, my mother was one of the founder members of this organization. Yeah. And she had been in politics before, and then later changed course and decided that she wanted to do something for women and children because that's her passion. So she started this organization. And I admired her for a long time. When I was little, when I was young, my mother used to do a lot of work around mobilizing women to participate in governance processes. And we tagged along as children at home when she went for trainings in communities. And I admired the way she spoke to people, the way she impacted lives. So when she started this civil society organization, this NGO, I asked her, can I come and work with you? Can I support you in this process? And she took me in, but didn't take me in. She was very strict because she gave me a lecture at the beginning and said, okay, I'm taking you in, but you're not any special. You're going to come in as an intern. You're going to make tea for the staff. You're going to to type. In those days, they would type. They would handwrite, and then they give you to type so that you can learn. And you're going to it will depend on you on whether you will get a job or not, because I don't hire. I have a board that hires and fires. Yeah. So I said, okay, I'll take it on. And many times people think that because this was an organization that was started by mother, that it was easy for me. Yeah. It was actually more difficult for me because I had to prove myself beyond. I had to prove to her. I also had to prove to the board that I can be, I can work here. I am not taking advantage of this. I can do my best. I can contribute to this process. So I got into this organization, and one thing that I did is that I worked hard. At that time, with the roles that I was given, I did them to the best that I could do. If it was typing something or, you know, going to support staff in the field, I did my best. I did not at any one time feel like, oh, I am someone's daughter, I am special. My mother is you know, she's the founder member here. Yes. No, I did not have that at all. I worked hard, I proved myself. And when there was an opening for program officer, I put in my application. And I competed with many other people, and I was taken on as a program officer in the organization. And still, as a program officer, I worked hard. I delivered. Excellence is always something that I strive for. Yeah. So I worked hard, I delivered, I proved myself. I moved the organization to, you know, to the level where I felt it should be at that level as a program officer. Yeah. And I have moved in this organization from one level to another. I started off as an intern, I became a project officer, I became a program officer, and now I am the CEO. So it has been growth within the organization that has not been handed to me, but I have worked hard for it. Yeah. I have had to prove myself. And yeah, and I think really what I can say around that is that many times when girls or people are given opportunities in the organization, we take things for granted and don't put in a lot of effort to make sure that we prove ourselves and grow our careers within that organization, or you know, move the organization from one level to another. And for me, that's what I did differently.
So it was not like come here, hand it over a silver plate, and receive it, go with it.
No, it's been really hard work. Yokoback is actually governed by a board. So even if we had other CEOs, they saw the work that I was doing in this organization. I was a young girl, but I was working hard. I was striving to learn, went back to school, did my master's degree. I got a master's degree in human rights, came back and tried as much as possible to apply what I had learned. And I think that demonstration of hard work and dedication has really been something that has moved me from one level to another, to a level where I am now a leader in this organization, where I started as an intern.
Wow.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, Francis, why did you choose your mother's path, not your father's path, for being a politician? Why?
Well,
why not the politician in your father?
Yes, I know. I've had that question a number of times, and actually some people have always thought that probably I should have taken the political side. But for me, the passion that I have to, like I said in the beginning, the passion that I have to serve communities, underprivileged communities, marginalized sections of the community, for me that is closer to my heart. Yeah. And I think politics is not a bad thing to do. My father did it well. Many politicians are doing it well, but it's not yet my time. Probably, I should say that. But what I'm doing right now is very satisfying. I am supporting women and girls because, as you know, our society looks down upon women and girls because it's a patriarchal society. Yeah. So for me, I use my experience to inspire girls, to inspire women to be better, to improve in their homes, to improve in their places of work, and to contribute meaningfully to the development of our country. And I feel for me that is also politics in itself. If we can support women to be able to participate in leadership positions in politics, that is politics itself.
Yes. Wow, you've heard it from Francis right there. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue the discussion with Francis, and of course we'll be asking Francis more on the leadership, change management and transformation, which is what the show really stands for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God, but God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see, and it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. Again, it doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Wotlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
Back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course this is the CEO bench. Francis Birungi Odong is the executive director of Ukubak. I will not attempt to pronounce it or to mention it fully before I get completely lost and then I get sued for messing up with the name. But Francis, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
And to all of you out there, please share this far and wide. Make sure that this story coming from a woman, if you're a woman, share it. We got the third female on the show this week, and she's giving us the story of how she's made it to the top of being the executive director of Wukobak. Francis, we went to a break when you were telling us the leadership development. Let me start by asking you a question on this second one of the show. What is your understanding of leadership?
Okay, my understanding of leadership is really a gift from God to guide others and to support others to be able to do what they do even better. For me, that is leadership for me. To use a gift that you have to be able to support others, to guide others, and to direct others in a way that can make them perform better or even contribute better. Yeah, for me, that's leadership for me.
Okay, so what is self-leadership to you?
Self-leadership is, to me, leadership where myself, as a leader, for example, I am able to guide myself, I could use the same words, to guide myself, to direct myself in a way that I can be exemplary to the others, in a way that I can be an example for others, or, you know, in a way that I can develop as a person in a way that others can be able to benefit from my growth. So that is self-leadership for me, having that focus on yourself to grow yourself into someone that can be an example to others, someone that can direct others, someone that can, you know, support others, or someone that can be able to guide, you know, others to a particular direction, you know, in order to achieve something that is for a common good.
Okay.
So for me, that is self-leadership.
Wow. That said, Francis, about 30 years ago, Wukobak was started.
13
years?
30.
30 years.
Yes, yes.
I have been reading about Wukobak, and about 30 years ago, it is said that Wukobak started.
Yeah.
But, of course, we would argue that this could be the oldest NGO or organization in the country in that regard, in its category. And we want to know, fairly a young person leading it now called Francis Birungi Odong as an executive director, how does it feel steering this kind of an organization with that kind of weight?
Yes, it actually feels great. It feels great, and also it's a challenge at the same time, because I feel that as a leader of an organization that is one of the oldest organizations in the country, I have a burden on me to ensure that this organization does not collapse in my hands, because that will be bad for our generation as leaders.
Yes.
So I feel that it is something that is very exciting. It is empowering. It is something that is really empowering for me, especially as a woman, to be in the steering wheel for this organization. But at the same time, I feel that I have something to prove. I have something to prove in the way that I have to show that this young generation can lead. It can lead differently, and it can, you know, move this organization to greater heights. So that is how it feels for me being in this position. But I know for sure that as a young leader of this organization, I am supposed to look at the good things that have happened by the older generation, that have been able to move this organization to where it is.
And build on it.
And build on that. Yes, because if I don't look at the history of the organization and how the founder members and the other leaders that have been in the organization have been able to bring it to this level for 30 years. You know, Eddie, that civil society organizations are very fluid. Many times they fail to go beyond even 5 years. So there is something about them that they had that I feel I need to tap into, so as to be able to move this organization forward, so that I can also hand it over to the younger people to move it over. So I feel that I need to do more. I need to do my research to find out what it is that they have done, but also what can I do with the environment that I'm in now, in my time. What is it that I can do for this organization to make sure that it is stronger than it was before, but it is also a healthy organization to be handed over to the next generation. Yes.
So feeling, Francis, is a thought. Feeling is something that goes in the brain of a human being that is processed. But there's what we call responding to a specific stimuli, which is action, signal sent.
Yeah.
Do you think you are doing it right now?
Yeah, good question. I think I am doing that. I am doing that because I've got a good note from the, the founders of the organization, but also people that have been leading before. And I feel that I'm doing well in terms of action, in the sense that UCOBAC has really grown from who it was to who it is now. Just to take you back, as an organization, we started with one program area, which was basically working with orphans and vulnerable children and supporting them in different ways. But from, probably 1 or 2 years back, the organization has taken on other program areas. We're now operating with 4 program areas in sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence, issues to do with climate change, and women's land and property rights. So for me, the fact that we are able to do more than what the organization originally thought it could do is amazing. But also it shows that we are able to respond to the needs of the time. And I feel that a leader, a good leader, is one that is able to transform the organization to be responsive to the needs of the current times. And that is what I and my team are doing to ensure that we are responding, we are relevant to the current situation. By the time UCOBAC was formed, it was orphans and vulnerable children. Today it is beyond that. It's climate change issues, it's women's land rights issues, it's issues to do with sexual and reproductive health issues, gender-based violence. So how do you make sure that the organization is able to be responsive to the current needs, but also to be relevant in the current times? And I think a leader, if I was a leader that came in at this time and I still had one program area of orphans and vulnerable children, that's where everyone would have question marks and say, okay, something is not right. So I think that is action in itself, that the organization is having more action areas. I am able to create this change in the organization without really disrupting the mandate of the organization, but also supporting my team to be able to, to appreciate that this is the direction that we need to move into right now, and also for them to be able to contribute, to support them, my team, to be able to contribute in these different areas by building their capacity, by giving them spaces to be able to learn and grow so that they can then be able to contribute in these different areas. So for me, I think action is there.
All right, so if you are a viewer out there, and of course looking into the CEO bench, when I say looking into, it means you are hearing what Francis is saying and what Eddie is saying and thinking. That's what we call looking into it. But watching on television is what you're doing right now. So we want you to watch and also think. And Francis, this program combines intellectual rigor with personal challenge, collaborations with creative expression. Right now, we want to know from you. UCOBAC recently changed its leadership from the board level.
Yes.
And also, just like any other organization or any other sector, human resource turnaround or turnover in NGO world is a common currency, as my friend Yuanto Chom keeps saying. And how are you managing the change in this organization? We are now on the change management process of the CEO bench. Okay.
So change is good. I should start from that point. Change is good, but at the same time, change is very hard. And many times we find that there's a lot of resistance to change. But I think the best way to manage change is to accept that it's a good thing. It is hard, it is difficult, it is challenging, but it is a good thing. And as a leader, once you have that change in mindset, that change is good and you're open to change, then it helps. So as an organization and as a leader in this organization, I try to make sure that I am open to change. And this is change in different ways. Change in leadership, change in staffing, change in processes, because change is good, but also change is an indication of growth for the organization. So how we manage change is that first and foremost, we try as much as possible to prepare the organization for change. So you have mentioned that we have had a new board that has come in. This is not something that happened out of the blue. There has been preparation for this change. The board members themselves have been prepared. We're prepared that this is going to happen, and they were supported to understand why it is important for this to happen. And these are board members that had been board members for 10 years. And of course, the way they do things is very different from the way things are being done today. And of course, there was some kind of resistance, some kind of not understanding
because
really
in
why
Uganda, change, in Africa, change is a problem. Change is not good for us. We don't know how to embrace it yet.
It is, but we appreciate that it's very difficult to accept change, but it is a good thing. And the board members, the older board members, were supported to understand why it is important to have this change. And they have handed over very happily to a new board. And the new board also has come in, but we have prepared them through the orientation process to be open to change, because as an organization we keep on changing.
So you're preparing them before their time.
Before their time. They are now.
So this is now the new generation kind of thinking that you step in there with a plan, knowing that tomorrow you will be asked to
exactly, exactly. So we do prepare our leaders, our governance for change, and not only in terms of the leaders themselves changing, but also the systems, the programs that we are doing, the staffing. There is a lot of change that happens because of the changes that are happening in our environment. It's not a static environment. So that is how change is happening. The organization is open to change. As a leader, I am open to change. A number of times I get staff that have to move on. And for me, I come from a background where I appreciate the fact that that is good change. For me, it shows me if one of my staff comes to me and says, I am moving on to another organization, it's a better opportunity. For me, I celebrate that, because I feel like I have contributed something to the growth of this staff, and this staff is building a career, is moving on, and is creating space for a newer generation or younger people to come in. So I usually celebrate that. I support them to transit and then bring in new people to the organization, support them to, to be able to also make their own contribution in that space. So there's change that happens in the organization in terms of staff, in terms of programs, but as a leader, we try as much as possible to be open to it, to be able to support the systems, but also the personnel to be open to it, but also to appreciate it, despite the fact that it is hard. So that is our approach that we take.
Okay. And to our viewers, this is change management process in the CEO bench. And of course, when we say the CEO bench has that, we put leaders, CEOs on the CEO bench to task to explain some of the things. And the CEO bench brings out people who are in position of leadership and are actually practicing leadership by doing what they are supposed to do. And today on the show we have Francis, or Frances, depending on where you come from. Of course, the executive director of Huckelbach, who is telling us more about how she's actually managing change. Now, viewers engage with integrative mind maps of organizational and leadership development on this program. And that is the focus for us here, as well as instantly applicable practices for becoming more effective as a leader, but as well as becoming dynamic as an individual, as well as collective. Francis, on that note, the NGO sector in Uganda is well known for many things, good and bad. In some circles, we believe that they do good things, but quite a number of times we try to measure the impact of what they are doing and we don't see. How is it that, or rather, how are you doing it at Huckelbach? 30 years down the road, can you measure your impact? And we see it? And we're looking at measuring impact by measurable metrics. We're talking about, looking at the quantifiable justifiable, measurable metrics of an organization. And so we want to put you on task as a CEO who has come in, or as an executive director who is there. How are you managing this? Can we see, can you take us through some of this that we can see today?
As civil society organizations, but if we don't track what we are doing, we end up doing nothing. And that's why you say that sometimes organizations are either doing something good or sometimes doing something bad. In many cases, they are doing good, but are not able to demonstrate, or they're not able to track that, you know, they are doing good in these areas. And I think that's a gap that many civil society organizations have. I think the issue of monitoring impact and being able to demonstrate impact really comes from the organization being very clear from the onset on what its objectives are. That is the starting point. You need to be clear about what it is that you want to see as change. And what is change to you as an organization? What is it that you would celebrate as change, for example? So I think once you're very clear on that, you have a very clear vision, you have a very clear mission, very clear and, you know, smart objectives for the organization, it becomes easier for you to be able to monitor change. And that is one thing that I don't know if many organizations are doing, but the ones that I've interacted with are investing a lot to making sure that they have smart objectives. Beyond smart objectives, an organization... Yes, I know.
Yes.
Beyond that, I think as an organization, we need to have systems.
Yeah.
Systems are very important. If you don't have systems and you're doing everything the way you want, then you will not be able to know if you're making a contribution or not in society. So systems are very important in the organization, but one of the major systems in terms of measuring impact is this, the issue of monitoring and evaluation systems. So there has to be a policy for the organization that responds or that shows that this organization is able to meet its objectives, but is also able to meet the objectives of the country and the world at large. So you have to see that, you know, that link, because we don't work in isolation as civil society organization. We complement efforts of government. So we have to make sure that our objectives that we do are in line or contribute or complement on what you know, the national development plans are, for example. But also we need to look at the sustainable development goals. What are the goals that we, you know, we would look at to say that there is development in the world, you know? So it's very clear to have a policy in place, a monitoring and evaluation policy that will show you that your interventions or your programs are first and foremost responding to your organizational objectives, but are also responding to the national priorities and are also contributing to the sustainable development goals. So a policy is very clear. It will show you what systems, you know, what you need to have in place. For example, you need to have monitoring tools for each program. You need to have personnel in the monitoring and evaluation to be able to collect data that you can then analyze and see whether you're contributing to this. You have to have a framework that really shows the, you know, the different programs that you're doing, the interventions that are under each program area, and the, you know, how you're going to collect data that will inform you that you're making change or not. So that is a very valid question, very good, and I think as leaders, it is something that we need to really focus on, so that then we don't waste resources. The resources are directed towards our goals and vision.
Francis, what are your take on these issues, and how are you as an ED basically dealing with some of these issues in your organization? The issues that I'm talking about are issues of transformation and change, learning the organization and how they do things, and of course the level of leadership development in that organization. I know you've mentioned some of them. We're talking about the practical practices for transformational leadership change. You've talked about many changes. You've mentioned the issue of accountability. We have seen leaders being arrested in some of these organizations because they're not doing it well. We've followed your story very well, and on the CEO bench, somebody has to nominate you, and we often have to have 3 nominations for you to come on the bench. You surpassed the 3 nominations, and you are on the bench today. What is that one thing that when you look back you think was worth somebody nominating you to come here?
Okay, I think
given the levels I'm talking about, transformational,
yes,
transformation and change, leadership and organization, levels of leadership development, practices for transformational leadership.
I would say that my nomination to be here could be mainly because of my style of leadership. And I think my style of leadership is unique in the sense that I don't believe that leadership means being feared or being, I know all, I do all, but it is empowering others to be able to walk a journey with you. And that is how I lead. My team, I currently have a team of over 35 staff in the organization. And I try as much as possible to make them comfortable in this organization. You know, the fact is that many of the people that we work with spend most of the time of their day in these organizations doing the best that they can do. So we need to show them as leaders that we value the time, we value their contribution, and therefore support them to grow in this process. So what I think is very unique in my style of leadership is that I try as much as possible to make it a family kind of organization where I am not, as leaders, as a team of leaders, we are not mechanic, but we are human beings. We try to listen to what our members are going through, support them through their journeys, but also I have this feeling that everyone can contribute something. So I am a kind of leader who actually does not believe in interviews. Unfortunately, I don't believe in interviews. I have this feeling that everyone is able to do something if they are supported and if they are given a platform to grow, and if they are given the resources, the ability, if they are treated in the right way, they are able to contribute something, So I try as much as possible. Many times in our organization, we bring young girls straight from university who have not even had any, training before. We don't normally do interviews. Those are really rare cases. So we bring these volunteers in and we support them to grow into the organization. We tap into their abilities, but also build, support them through trainings, through exposing and providing platforms for them to go and make presentations, for them to go to and interact, so that they can then be able to grow and make their contribution the best way that they can. So I feel that transformation comes like that, by providing space for growth, not only for you as a leader, but also for the people that are in your team. Because if Francis as a leader, I am doing everything. I am the one writing proposals, I'm the one meeting donors, I am the one coming to speak to Eddie, I will break down. But I need to build a team that is able to do that, so that when I'm doing something else, there is someone else that is doing something else, and they are growing in the process, and therefore I am able to also take care of myself as a leader. So if I don't do that, then I get overwhelmed with a lot of work, with a lot of stress and so forth. So for me, I think that is a very powerful way of leading, but also a powerful way of transforming the organization by creating new ideas, creating new blood, into space for new blood to come in, and supporting them to grow in different ways. Like myself, I started as an intern, I told you. I have grown to be a CEO. When I see these young girls come into the organization, I tell them my story. And I tell them, you're now an intern, you're doing the typing, you're running around providing paper and pen to the participants, but if you work hard, you will be in my place. And I see them really working hard, putting the best that they can be, consulting, seeking knowledge. I always encourage them to go back to school, provide the opportunity for them to do that. And in such a way, I see growth, and I celebrate this growth in the organization with the people that come in. Of course, when they come, they go, and then the new ones come. And I allow that to happen, because for me, that is growth for the organization.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Francis, if I walk right now to the community, I will be able to find and feel the impact of your work. That's what you're saying?
Yes, most definitely.
So the CEO bench is going to take a break, and when we come back, we will put Francis onto the last part of the show to task to explain how transformation is happening in society, where Ukobak is actually doing some work as a CEO. For her, it's very special because she's an executive director on the CEO bench, mainly to talk about herself as a person, but also what the organization is doing and the change that we are having coming through to the society as a result of some of the programs that she's talking about. Stay right there. The CEO bench is going for a break. Make yourself a cup of coffee while we also take a coffee break. But most importantly, share this interview far and wide. You never know who you're actually going to be changing their lives.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay. I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okello. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%.
Setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more
shares.
Yes. It's the CEO Bench on a Friday morning or Friday afternoon right here in Kampala. Straight from Kampala to the rest of the world is when we bring you the CEOs on the CEO Bench. Today, we have an executive director of a women and children organization in Uganda, 30 years in operation and still counting. Frances Birungi Odong. We are yet to know who is Odong, who is Birungi in that mix, where does she come from? And we're going to welcome back to the show, first of all. A toast to the coffee break, and we have to toast to the CEO Bench right there. And Francis, before we went for break, we're having a very interesting conversation. You've talked about many things, and I want to bring some people on the show. If you're following online, we would like to say thank you very much for being a part of the CEO Bench. And I have a couple of questions for you. And so please share your kisses and disses here. If we're doing well, give us the kiss. If we're doing bad, diss us, we're okay. We like to receive feedback. And now is the time for you to send as many questions as possible to Francis to be able to answer them. And I want to start with somebody here called Queenie Jill, said, "Go Auntie, super proud and inspired." So this must be one of your people. Yes, and then of course I have Kutui Stella Rose saying that the organization's ability to sustain itself beyond the donor funding is also okay. Wow, and key. Yeah. And she goes on to say also the ability of a leader to mentor and continually build the capacity of itself, of its staff, to be an all-round person capable of responding to emerging new trends at work, but also outside work is key. So basically these are some of the comments coming for you, Francis. And I have another one here coming from Frank Zaga, is saying, "I am proud of you, my ED." I think these are your staff. Actually, when I joined Okobak in 2018, I was not interviewed by a panel, rather I was given support, and now I'm a good mediator in land matters. Okay, so we can test some of your leadership abilities and the transformation. All right, Kutui has said, "Great work, Francis Birungi." And Diva Mukasa says, "Thank you very much." And if you have another question, I want to see some questions. These are kisses. Are there some questions? Do you have some questions for her and you wanted to answer? We're going to go into it right away. Francis, welcome back to the show. We want to go straight to this part of the show, which is transformation. And I can see that some people are giving you props already on that. Francis, this program is relevant for people already working. People in existing organizations, establishing their own organization or preparing to enter the workplace. It's not always easy for many people, and that's why we bring some of you who are already in that space, doing it by action, not just by talking, and then to share. And then having an organization, of course, an organizational context like you've talked about, to be able to offer great learning or space or services to people is a good experience for us to have. And we would want to know from you, there is a very strong shrinking space, going down. Civil society organization is going down. The space in Uganda remains very small. And the biggest threat to the NGO, especially those in sensitive sector of human rights, as well as governance and land issues, seems to be quite a very difficult space. We've seen many of them arrested, and the land cases remain to be some of the very key areas. Your organization is focusing in many of these areas, and I've heard you talk about the key program areas that you're working on. We want to know from you, in some cases the police has, besieged some of these offices and organizations of NGOs such as yours, arrested some of them. What are your advice to fellow leaders in civil society organizations, particularly those who find themselves in a space with police or in a running battle with police or with authority? In your submission earlier on, you said that one of the things you do, you must work in line with the national plan. What would be your advice to some of these people who find themselves in this space? And by the way, does it mean that they fall in line, out of line with government, or they are still in line with government? What happened?
Okay, I think for me, I do not believe that these civil society organizations that are, have fallen victim, that they are working outside the line of government. As civil society organization, our mandate is actually beyond just the national priorities. It also goes to the global priorities. We contribute to something larger. And really most of us as civil society organization, our business is human rights. It is ensuring that human beings are able to fully exercise their human rights and fundamental freedoms. And in doing that work, together with governance work, of course you will step on many toes, because some things may not sound or, be good enough for government to take in. But does that mean that we should stop doing what we're doing? I don't think we should stop doing what we're doing. I think it's very important for us to remain focused on what our mandates are. And our mandates are really to promote human rights of all individuals, irrespective of their, differences. So I think many organizations are victims because they have been bold enough to, promote these rights. And many times, of course, when you're doing that, there are times when the government will not be comfortable with what you're doing, but does not mean that we should stop what we are doing. So it is important to be in line with the priorities of government, but it is also we should not feel that we should only do the softer, easier things to do. It's important for us to also contribute on the harder things, because that's where it's pinching most for the largest part of the society. And I think the most important thing for civil society organizations to do is, first and foremost, because many of us are donor dependent. And I think one of the comments that came in was the issue of sustainability. Many of us are donor dependent, and when this happens, we can't operate because the space is closed, you can't get funding, you can't meet, you can't engage. So I think we need, as civil society organization, to think about how we can be able to sustain our processes, irrespective of whether we are getting donor funding, either from government or from donor organizations. How can we, as civil society organizations, be able to raise our own resources? There's a lot of resources within the country that we can leverage on. So we need to be very innovative as civil society organizations to raise resources that can sustain our processes, even when such circumstances come in. But also very important is for civil society organizations to have security plans. It's very important for because the environment that we are working in is very sensitive. And today I'm safe, tomorrow I am not. I do not know whether what I'm doing tomorrow is going to step on Eddie in government's toes. I think it's very important to have security plans, to be prepared that in the eventuality that this happens, how do I make sure that this organization does not stop to operate? And I think security plans are very important, especially around the issue of information and data. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, so we need to know, how do we back up? How do we keep our information in a way that it is safe for us to be able to operate even after this? Because governments come and go, and when they go, these organizations will continue doing their work. So I think that is very critical. And finally, I think as civil society organizations, we also need to do, and it's within, of course, with the security plan, to do something around defending human rights providers. So human rights defenders need to be supported. For us that are working on issues, for example, that are very sensitive, like land, people that are working on governance issues, I think such persons need to be protected, need to be supported so that then they can be able to continue doing their work. So defending human rights, providing them with information, providing them with skills and ways in which they can keep safe. What time do you move? Whom do you interact with? What do you say where is very important, so that then we can be able to sustain our work irrespective of all these difficulties that we work around.
Wow. Well, you are on the CEO bench, Egyo Kela, Francis Berungi. We are talking about leadership, change management, and transformation. Francis, one of the biggest criticism of the NGO sector is the donor dependency, which you have mentioned. A lot of us argue that most foreign organization or money that comes through into this organization come with strings attached. And most times there is no room for us to build capacity locally here as an organization to go forward, because the funding given to you, 90% of it often go back to where it's supposed to come from. And NGOs have suffered. How has WUCOBAC managed to stand 30 years of doing what it does, or what it has been doing all these years? What are the strategies that you can recommend to somebody, or to some organization there, or to some CEO out there who is struggling, and to some young people who are rising into position of leadership to be able to sustain if they find themselves in an organization such as yours?
Yeah, it's true. I think donor dependency is something that we really suffer as civil society organizations. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to think innovatively as civil society organizations on how we can sustain our processes, irrespective, of whether there is funding from outside or not. It's difficult, but it can happen. There are other interventions, other activities that can actually generate income for the organization, like membership fees, like doing income generating services and activities that can really sustain the organization. That is very critical. So organizations need to think out of the box to find ways in which they can sustain their processes. As WUCOBAC, I think our main, what has really added value, or what has really helped the organization to stay for this long, is the fact that when we decide to do something, we do it to our best. And that is something that I tell my team, that it does not matter how much money we get, even $1,000. We should do the best that we can do with that resource that we have. So you asked a question before we went to the break, that if we went to the community, would you see impact? And I would tell you that if you go to the communities where we work, we are operating in 10 districts, you will see real impact. We try as much as possible to make sure that we have systems in place, structures in place that ensure that the resources that we mobilize as an organization are properly utilized for the use that is, it's intended for. So you see impact, you see people really transforming. The transformation at community level is amazing. We work with the poorest of the poor, we work with the most vulnerable. I sometimes don't like to use the word vulnerable because it also stigmatizes many. But we work with that, you understand the category of people that we work with. And it's amazing to see that when you inject information, finances, trainings to these communities, to these families, it's amazing to see how they transform from A to B. And I think for us as WUCOBAC, that has helped our organization to stay, because people have seen that the work that we do is real. People's lives are actually transforming in the different sectors that we work in, but also the issue of accountability and transparency. That is something that is priority to me as a leader, to make sure that resources that we have, either financial or material, but even the human resources, there is accountability and transparency in the way we do our things. There is nothing that I know that my staff don't know. I try as much as possible to create space for people to know what is happening in the different spaces, but also to make sure that for those that choose to work with us, we account to them. We show them that, look here, this is what we have been able to do. We have systems that are able to show that evidence that this is happening. And so the trust is built. Many of our donors have been with us for even over 15 years. For example, and it's very rare to see that in civil society organizations. But we have our funding partners that have really walked the journey with us, because they see that we have systems in place, we have processes in place that ensure that there is transparency, there is accountability, but there's also value for money, there's impact, there's real transformation. And our objectives are clear, and we don't we try as much as possible not to go outside what we stand for. There is a question where you ask that, you know, sometimes people come with money and as an organization you want to move.
And their salary is usually higher than the local salary, and they go back with this money.
And then they influence, No, for us as UCOBAC, we have our objectives, we know what our mandate is, we stick to our mandate. So irrespective of how much money you bring, if it's outside our mandate, we will not take it. By the time we choose to do these 4 program areas, we know that these are the areas that will transform a life. So if you bring your money and you say, we know you're doing these 4 things, but we have money, can you do 5, 6, and 7? That is not in our mandate. We will not take it. We may show you who can take it, or we can tell you, no, try elsewhere. And I think that has also helped UCOBAC to stay for long, because we choose what to do, we stick to what we do, and we work as a team. Teamwork has been very powerful for us in the organization. We make sure that we all know what we are supposed to do, and we do what we are supposed to do.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, you are on the CEO bench, and you're hearing that coming from the Executive Director of UCOBAC on the CEO bench, talking leadership, change management, and transformation. Do you have a question for Francis Birungi Odong? And we are listening to our evening of the show, and great discussions with you, Francis. Creating proper work-life balance is one of the biggest issues with CEOs.
Yes.
And in Uganda, we have such a big one. Whenever ladies, for example, rise to the position of leadership, powerful places of leadership, the men begin to say, now my wife has left. She's there, but I don't think she's with us anymore. The children begin to cry, and of course, sometimes also men who rise into a higher position of leadership have the same problem. Now, we want to know from you, how have you managed to balance your work life as an executive director of UCOBAC, and as a mother?
And a wife.
And a wife.
I think we need to start off from understanding where this comes from. This comes from the fact that that is who our society is. It's a patriarchal society, so there's a lot of male dominance. So there's a lot of discomfort and fear that comes from a woman taking a space that is traditionally
meant for men.
So of course it is expected. So I think once we understand where that comes from, then we are able to deal or to find solutions to work around it. And what I mean is that we need to support the system. We need to transform the system, but not disintegrate it. You know, we need to realign it, to understand that the world has changed. You know, things cannot be the same. And for me, as you said, I am a mother of 4. I am a leader of a civil society organization. I am a wife. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with all that. But being a mother and wife has not stopped me from being a leader as well. And I think this comes from, first and foremost, understanding the environment in which I'm working. So I am able to speak with Mr. Odong to support him, because I understand that Mr. Odong has grown up in a society that I've also grown up in, and he may get a shock with what is happening. So creating that environment where he's able to understand why it is important for me to participate in this space as well. How it supports him as a man, how it helps our family, how it helps society. Once he appreciates that, then he creates the space that will enable me to do all that. The challenge we have is that many women like me, when we get empowered, we become fighters. We go in our homes, we want to fight, we want to show, we want to show that I've arrived, I know, human rights, I'm a woman, empowerment. And that is a wrong approach, because we must understand where does this come from. Don't blame the human being, but blame the system, and find ways in which you can support this person to interrogate the system, but also navigate for the benefit of himself, yourself, the children, the family, and the organization and the country at large. So I think it's very wrong for many women, and we do this even in the communities when we talk to women and empower them, tell them, don't go home and start telling the man, Banso says, I know, I have been told. Help them to understand why this is important, because you're going to contribute something. You want the children to go to international schools, you're admiring everyone to go to international schools, but you're saying your wife should not go to work. You're going to break down as Eddie. You're going to get stressed, you will die, you will leave me in stress, the children are not. So if you appreciate and you understand all that, then you will create the space. So I think for me as an individual, that has worked very well for me. I have created a space where me and my husband have been able to appreciate the good that comes from empowering a woman. We have one daughter. We create a lot of space for her as well to be empowered, because we have demonstrated it, that when I do well, you do well as my husband, the family does well, you know, the children are in better schools, they are fed well, they're getting good health. So for me, I really think it's a process. It's not something that changes in an instant, but we have to create a space that allows people to interrogate some of those difficulties around our system and how we can be able to reshape and you know, change the order of the day. And that can only happen if the other gender appreciates
what is going on.
What comes with a woman being in this space and participating in this process. And I think that has worked very well in my experience.
Wow. Well, the CEO bench is coming to the end, and of course, Francis is spitting fire to some women. I hope she doesn't get her leg broken along the way while leaving the CEO bench on this day. Francis, how are you able to keep healthy and, you know, and fit? And what are some of the tips that you would share with us on the CEO bench to be able to strike a proper balance? I'm a health and fitness coach.
Okay.
And I have a very strong background in human kinetics.
Yeah.
And, you know, specialize in what they call muscle hypertrophy. So 90% of my time I spend with CEOs and MDs, people who are in higher position than I am. They are mostly attracted to me because they have a deficit of health and fitness. And so they're usually superhuman in offices, but super broken humans in health and fitness. How have you been able to balance this life of health and fitness, you know, to some leaders who might be disfigured right now, for lack of a better word, that they have been able to disfigured because the stress comes in and they have lost shape? You are in pretty good shape. How are you able to do it? We know who to credit also, but yes.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. That's a very good question. And I think self-care is priority for all leaders, but also for everyone. Self-care is very important. And for me as a leader, I know that if I am sick, if I am unhealthy, I will have an unhealthy organization, a sick team, and everything will disintegrate. So I try as much as possible to be healthy in mentally, but also physically. And what I do as a person is that I take time to go to the gym after work. It doesn't have to be a whole hour. Even if it's 30 minutes, I can, you know, work out and try to re-energize for the next day. And usually I have found that when I do that, the next day I'm alert, I am able to think, to strategize, and you know, and everyone can tell that things are moving well. So physical fitness is very critical, but also taking off time, me time, you know, to just take care of myself, be happy. So I can go out with my siblings, I go out with my friends, my husband, you know, take off time out of the city, go somewhere, relax, read a novel, no books, no laptop, no nothing. You know, a day or two, it makes a very big difference. You know, it just brings sanity back, and you're able to transfer this sanity to the people that you lead. And I also encourage my team. Every time I talk to them, I encourage them, you know, take some time off, go, you know, relax, go out, do some exercises. And some people say, we don't have time to go to the gyms. You can do it in your bedroom, you can stretch around, you can do yoga, and all these things I do and support my team to also do that. And I think it's very critical for us to take care of ourselves so that then we can be healthy as leaders and also be able to make our organizations healthy, our teams healthy, and the country will be healthy as well.
If you are joining us, the CEO bench has come to an end. Of course, Francis right there, or Frances, as some of you would like to call it, or call her. And of course, she is the CEO of, or the ED of Okobak. On the CEO bench, I have a very interesting comment here coming in from Maureen Achand. Aimbizibwe. She's saying that, proud of you, Mrs. Odong, you are doing a good job. And I've got the last one here coming from Akutui, Stella Rose. How have you managed to thrive in the midst of the shrinking civil society space? What strategies are you putting in place for safety? I think she's referring to that. Maybe that will be our last question as we wind up, of course, from that point of comment coming from other people. Would you like to respond to her? She's saying that, what are you doing? What are the strategies for your safety?
Yeah, we have a security plan as an organization. And this security plan goes as far as looking at safety of the offices within which we operate. So making sure that the place is secure, we have security people in place, we have the physical security systems, but also very critically information. We try as much as possible to back up our information on a regular basis and make sure that our data is not disrupted. We can be able to access it and continue to operate from wherever we are. But also trying as much as possible to work in collaboration with the government, with our government leaders, so that they can understand what we do, appreciate what we do, and see how this contributes or complements their efforts. Because once they do not understand and appreciate that, then they will always see you as a threat. Civil society organizations have always been labeled as a threat, an organization that is against government, but not necessarily. So for them to be able to work with you, to be part of the processes, so that they can then see that yes, we are doing governance work, yes, we are doing land work, but this is for the good of the country. There is a lot that we are contributing, and we can do this together. That has really helped us as an organization to be able to sustain our processes.
Well, we have come towards the end of the show. Our time is fast spent here, Francis, and thank you very much for coming to the show today. The CEO Bench, like I said earlier on, exists to give you a platform to be able to share with us what you're doing, and we bring people who are already doing it, people who are practicing it, people who know where they want to go and can share that plan with us. When was the last time you cooked for Mr. Odong?
I cook for Mr. Dong whenever I can. He cooks for me as well. And that is what I was talking about, that there needs to be a shift in terms of who does what. So it's not necessarily me who should cook for him.
Because EDs always leave these questions. The food is always prepared by the maid. So that's why we want to know whether Mr. Dong actually has food cooked by his ED wife.
Okay, when there is time, when time allows, I create time for that. But I emphasize that he does that to me as well, because we need to support each other. We are all contributing equally to the growth of our family. So it is important that when we have time, we do such nice things for each other. Yes.
Is Mr. Dong, by the way, out of curiosity, in the civil society organization?
No, he actually works for the government of Uganda. He's a civil servant. So yes, so I'm doing civil society work. I'm complementing the work that he's doing in government.
So, and out of just fun questions, so if there was a fight between the civil society organization and the government, and it comes to your house because you are in the civil society organization and he's in a civil society, he's a civil servant. What happened when you have a fight in the home? When government accuses you and this is happening, do you guys have a fight at home?
We talk. No, we don't fight. Fight is something that he knows I am against gender-based violence, and he supports the work that I do. So we talk, and he will tell me the government position. I'll bring in the civil society position, and then we see, sometimes we agree, sometimes we agree to disagree, but we move forward.
Well,
yes.
All right. And who owns the land title, by the way? Now that you masters in the land rights, you probably might be owning all the land titles.
No. Yeah. We own our property together. We co-own as husband and wife, and that is what we try to teach our communities for co-ownership. But also, I own some land individually, and I don't do it in hiding. He knows that when we have that discussion, and I can own land individually as a woman, because we have the right to do so. And he owns some properties individually, but we also have a lot of property where we have both contributed and we also own that together. And if all families could do that, I think we'd have peace. I have been married to Mr. Dong for over, we are coming to 18 years. And I think this is something that facilitators are just being able to discuss these issues, being able to discuss some of the difficulties in the system and seeing the benefits that come from changing or transforming some of these issues has helped us, and I hope that it can help many families if they adapt to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've come to the end of this show, and Francis, your parting shot here, we're looking at organizational culture, tools of collaborations and levels of organization development, creating an agile organization and practices from the future.
Yeah.
What are your summary of these things as a CEO who is on the move, who is training and mentoring people to hand over this organization?
Okay.
Thinking from the future. As your summary and your last word to your people. Yes.
So as a leader, a CEO of this organization, my really parting comment is really to the younger generation that it is our time to take on leadership, and we need to be ready for it. So there's a lot of things that we can do to be ready for it. We can learn from the older leaders, learn the good parts, good things that they have done, and be able to understand the realities that are existing right now in our environment, the changes, the opportunities, the challenges, and take advantage, seek knowledge as much as possible, go back to school, you know, have studies, you know, go to spaces where there are interactions and conversations so that we can be better leaders and show that we are able to lead and transform our communities and our organizations, so that by the time we hand over to the coming generation, I hope that our generation will not be one that sticks to power, but we can be able to pass on this mantle to the new generation, a healthy community, a healthy organization, healthy country, and to healthy people that have learned from us. So those are my parting words, and I wish all leaders, young leaders like myself, all the best in their leadership journey.
Well, thank you very much for coming to the CEO Bench today. It's time for us to toss to the CEO Bench, and until next week, the CEO Bench has come to an end. We've hosted and we've been talking to Francis Birungi Odong, the CEO of Ukubak. And if you have liked the interview, share it far and wide. Please make sure you don't be selfish. CEOs are not selfish. And of course, we want to encourage all of you to send us a nomination of who you would want to see as the next CEO on the CEO Bench. Until next time, stay blessed. The CEO Bench signing out. Eddie Killer, Francis Birungi signing out.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. then we can chart a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. How are you doing? Is it morning? Is it evening? Wherever you are, that doesn't matter. It is time for coffee. And like I said last week, in the UK they say anytime is tea time, but here on House of Talent Television we say that anytime is coffee time. Welcome to the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials, that is on Twitter at HTV1, or you can go to our Facebook at House of Talent TV Uganda, or you can go to our website houseoftalenttvug.com, or you can catch us on YouTube at House of Talent UG. Live stream, make sure that you catch the show, and if you know there's a barista, there's a roaster, there's a farmer who should be watching this right now, let them know, tag a friend, share it far and wide. Well, today in the studio with me, I have a man who is a roast master. He's a double certified barista. I don't know how someone gets double certified, but we're going to get to know more about that. He's a trainer, he's a mentor, and he has more than 5 years experience in the coffee industry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Chibuka Lawrence. Lawrence, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's good to have you here. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come here. I know that it's not an easy thing because on Saturdays people actually always want to rest. I know that the week can always be long, but thank you for coming. Just to start off, what does it mean to be a double certified barista?
Okay, first of all, it's nice to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting me. I was eager to come here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Chibuka Lawrence, as he said. Most of my friends know me as Barista Reno. Yeah, that's the industry name. Okay, to be double certified, it means you have the barista skills and the barista knowledge.
Okay.
Plus also an extra knowledge of coffee brewing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what it means to be double certified.
Yeah.
So are there people in the industry who are just certified, like a single certification?
Yeah, many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people actually need to up their game and get into a double certification. Also, on your resume or your CV, okay, it says that you're a roast master.
Yeah.
In the world there, when someone says a roast master, it goes into comedy, like roasting someone. But what does it mean to be a roast master when it comes to coffee?
Okay, when it comes to coffee, to be a roast master, it means you specialized in roasting coffee.
Yeah.
So you understand the bean itself.
Okay.
How to turn it from green to a consumable product.
Okay. Yeah. All right, before we get into all the roasting, I know people are very eager to know what roasting is, the process of roasting, how does one become a roaster, okay? We just want to get to know more about you. We know that you're Chibuka Lawrence,
yes,
roast master, double certified, mentor, trainer, all these things, but who are you when you're not doing coffee?
Okay, when I'm not doing coffee, I'm taking coffee. Okay, coffee is my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee is my life, starting from years back. I was in janitoring, what we call housekeeping, in some hospital there. But I got a friend, a bro.
Yeah.
So he told me about this coffee stuff. So I tried to catch an interest in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from there, I've never done anything else apart from coffee.
Yeah.
So it rescued me from where I was. So when I'm not in coffee, I'm taking coffee.
So coffee was kind of like your salvation.
Yeah.
Okay. So still apart from that, what do you do on the weekends? Do you watch football, play football? Do you do research? What kind of hobbies do you have as a person?
Okay, as a person, I watch football.
Yeah.
Also keep myself updated.
Okay.
Updated.
Yeah.
I make more research.
All right.
That's why I keep upgrading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In coffee. So in football, which team do you support?
Manchester United.
So Manchester United, Arsenal, all in the same boat, People are saying that Ole should go. Are you of the same view? You think he should stay? With the bad record they're having right now, you think it's okay?
It's okay. Today you're having a bad record, tomorrow you're up.
So you guys are hoping that.
Yeah.
It's always good to have die-hard fans. We had an Arsenal fan here sometime, and he was of the same perspective. Yeah, but anyway, this is not a football show. This is a coffee show. So getting into roasting more, I believe that you were first a barista.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was it at that point that you decided and said, you know what, I just don't want to be a barista. I want to be a roaster also. What pushed you more into the roasting bit?
Okay.
it's not that I didn't want to be a barista.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to upgrade.
Mm.
As I've told you, like I keep myself upgrading.
Yeah.
But it reached a time when you research about like the skills, the coffee skills, where youths are,
Yeah.
like of my age, they are in baristering.
Yeah.
And there are few roasters. So there was a need for someone to enter in that sector and also inspire others, because it requires a lot of reading, a lot of research than the practical.
Okay.
So I had to enter in that sector.
You had to open the way for others, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about roasting, okay, we know that the coffee chain basically starts all the way from the seed getting into the ground, the farmer, all the way to the cup. Okay, somewhere in the middle there you have different people who play different parts. Okay, you have the roasters, the baristas, the quality control, the graders, and all this. So when it comes to you, the roaster, okay, I believe that you have to pick a certain kind of coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start our process from there. Okay, you go to a farmer and say, I'm a roaster. Okay, how do you pick the kind of coffee that you, a roaster, would like to work with?
Okay, that's a nice question. Okay, as a roaster, when we are studying, we start from the seed.
Okay.
That's where the complicated part is.
Yeah.
We start from the seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you go to an institute or an academy, they start you from the ground. You do quality control. You also process. Then you cup. Then you go to the general roasting.
Yeah.
So when I go to the farmer, since I have that knowledge of the quality controller, it gets easier to choose the good quality of the beans that I'm going to roast, of the beans that I'm going to use.
Okay.
Yeah, but not leaving something behind that every coffee is good coffee, even though it is undergrade.
Yeah.
We will sell it to.
Yeah, we had a barista last week who said actually there's nothing like bad coffee.
Yeah, there's no bad coffee.
Can't even sell that one. So what does the roasting process look like? You know, from the beginning all the way, you know, to the end.
Okay, roasting process is generally like turning the green beans, or those are coffee beans, from their green state to the consumable state.
Okay.
Yeah, but it involves use of heat, use of mind, use of eyes, the nose, and concentration.
Okay, so I believe that there are certain steps that you have to take, okay, in the process. I was reading there are about 3 steps, okay? So what are these steps that you have to take as a roaster for you to get the beans to where you want them to be?
Okay, first of all, we have what we call the variables. Like, there is what we call the changes, before you go to the steps, the changes that you have to be in your mind. First of all, you roast with your passion.
Yeah.
You have to put your passion in what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure you're in a secure place. Your fire extinguisher is there. Your gas is already there, and the machine. So the steps are: you switch on electricity first. The machine, you switch on the electricity first. Then you switch on your gas, and wait it to heat up. You wait for the machine or the drum to heat up to a certain temperature. Then you decrease it a little bit. Then you put your beans inside.
So, talking about temperatures, okay? I believe that when you're roasting, there are different kinds of coffee that you will get. Okay, you'll get the light roast, you know, you get the medium roast, okay? So what are these different temperatures that you have to put into consideration when you're roasting?
Okay. First of all, let me highlight this. Let me first advise my friends.
Okay.
We have the specific like temperatures, the numbers that were written in books. But we are different people. Different minds and different passion. When you conquer that machine, when you're the one driving that machine, there's a way you concentrate on the coffee more than the temperature.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't have to be down and they don't have to be so high. Yeah. So it requires the mind, not the specific temperature reading. And like we are in a specialty world, world where we have now to appreciate the work of our farmers. The world where we need to get that sweetness from that particular bean. So if you concentrate on the digits, the temperature digits, you will miss what the farmer did. Yeah. So we put our minds on the changes of the beans from state to state, not the temperatures.
Okay.
Yeah. But we don't leave them aside. We just balance the temperature.
Okay.
We balance the temperatures. Yeah. So it's like misleading someone if I tell you 180 degrees Celsius in 4 minutes, this one will happen. And if you do that and it doesn't happen, I'll be the liar. So you have to use your mind, you have to use your cupping skills so that you get the best out of that coffee. Even though it's light, medium, dark, you just have to use your mind, your cupping mind. Yes. You see the changes, you feel the aroma, like those fumes from the coffee, then you see the color.
Okay.
So these are the major parts. Eyes, the nose, and also you keep testing.
So with what you're saying that roasting is actually a combination of science and art.
Yeah.
Okay. So the art part comes in with, I think, experience. Okay, because if you get a first-time roaster, you will be so worried about the digits and the time, because in school they'll tell you, you know what, this degrees for this amount of time, you know. So they will be so focused on that. So what you're saying is that you should have passion, and that passion should drive you towards, you know, what you're roasting, and it will come out in, I believe that when you do that, it will come out in your own kind of way. Okay, so with roasting, there are certain recipes, okay, that you come up with. All right, if you could just tell our viewers which are some of these recipes that you can come up with, what are some of these aromas that you can come up with when you're roasting, and what kind of roast will give you what kind of aroma?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. First of all, what you call a recipe in roasting, like we call it the roasting curve, the profile.
Okay.
Yeah. We build that roast under profiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we record every changes from the start to the end when we're doing sample roasting. So that curve or that profile that you do, it is your recipe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't know how to enter in that recipe because I don't want to scare my friends to join the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the first thing you all do, spoil. Like never get scared of spoiling. You know, when you're doing that first interview of baristering or roasting, baristering you pour and something doesn't come out. For roasting, you can burn, you can bake. But to follow that recipe, you have to spoil some beans.
Okay.
You have to concentrate.
Yeah.
Yes, and you have to be with some theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
For in roasting, theory is the key, not just the machine,
Yes,
the
so-
barista side.
Okay, so when you have that theory of roasting, you can apply it to the practical. Okay, we're going to take a break now, but when we come back, you'll be telling me more about the aromas we can get. Our viewers, we're going to take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. With me in the studio is Lawrence, the mentor, the trainer, the double certified barista, and is giving us more knowledge about roasting. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do, I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work. You know, you have to be confident when you're doing something. Even if it's wrong, in our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it. So my first cup to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I could not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are home, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn. It's your area. Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring the coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the coffee break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and you're supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day on the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the coffee break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the coffee break on House of Talent Television.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women. When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking. They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers. Yes.
So most of them should actually, you know, take opportunity.
I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. We really need them.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, brew ratio is I think the most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and it's lovely to have you guys here watching us. All the baristas, all the farmers, all the CEOs of the different coffee shops around town. Welcome to the show. With me in the studio is Mr. Chibuka Lawrence, who has been telling us more about himself, more about roasting, and we're going to get in depth. I know there's a couple of you who have been asking, but really, what is this whole roasting thing? Some of you go to the coffee shop and you don't even know that your coffee is actually roasted before it gets into the cup. Lawrence, welcome back to the show. Before we went for the break, we're talking about the different kind of aromas that you can actually get from roasting. But perhaps before we get into that, someone asked that, because you're talking about get your gas, put the beans in it, and someone was asking, but now, where does the gas come in? Where does the electricity come in? Okay, so for the person out there that really wants to know what's the exact process, okay, what are those details that they need to put into consideration. I know that people always want to try out things at home, so what's the actual process of roasting? Okay, you can take us way back to, I know that there are some people who do sun drying actually, as a way of roasting theirs. Then they put it in a small cup. I believe that was done way back, at the beginning of roasting, put it on a fire, and that's how it was done. But now we have the commercial way of doing it. Okay, so perhaps if you could just run us through that whole process of roasting.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, first of all, I come from the roasting family. Okay, my parents used to do like roasting way back in the local way, without using any specialized machine. Okay, to make it simple, we have many ways of roasting coffee. We can use a saucepan. We can use like what we call a chivaya. Like, I don't know how to explain it in English.
I know what you mean.
So, and we can use these equipped, like these machines from abroad. So when you're using a saucepan, you get our saucepan plus our stove. You put your beans, your green beans, in that saucepan. You light up your stove or our normal sigiri, charcoal stove. Then when it's ready, you put some ash, so that the heat is not too much.
So you put the ash on the stove itself.
On the stove itself. Then you put our saucepan on that stove. So you keep mixing. You keep mixing as they are turning the color. So that's the local way of roasting our coffee. So you can try it like from home, anywhere. If you have your saucepan, your green beans, plus your sigiri. Okay. Now we have the new mechanism, the new improved machines. So those roasters, we call them drum roasters. So if you're going to use a drum roaster, you will need electricity, the drum roaster itself. You'll need this cooking gas, maybe from Total or Shell. Any gas can work. And you need, of course, an extinguisher somewhere for
just
safety.
in case.
Just in case. So, and also the green beans. So first things first, you first check like whether the machine is working before you put on your gas. Before you connect any gas. Gas helps us to provide the heat to the roaster. Electricity powers on the roaster. So you first switch on your electricity, you switch on the roaster, and check whether nothing happened before, like within those range of working ranges. So after there, when everything is running normally, smoothly, then you can introduce in your gas. For gas, we open like the usual gas. We open our gas. So after there, when electricity, you have powered on your roaster plus your gas, it will start raising in temperature. So the gas will be providing heat. So the drum will be running as it's warming up. So there are desired temperatures that we start roasting our beans, start putting our beans into the drum. So those temperatures start from 180 to 200 according to the coffee weight or the batch weight that you're going to roast. So from there, when you reach that desired temperature between 180 degrees Celsius to 200, you can introduce in your beans. So as you introduce in your beans, the temperature of the drum will be going down because the beans are cold.
Yeah,
yes,
true.
and they are raw. So the temperature will go down. So that decreasing temperature, it will be conducting, it will be conducted to the beans. So as the drum temperature is going down, the beans, the temperature of the beans is rising. So it will reach a time when the two are equal, and that's where like we get our turning point, the equilibrium point. So this is when the temperature of the beans inside the drum is equal to the thermocouples of that drum. Yes. So then after there, the two will start moving as a couple. So the temperature reading will be now reading the beans versus the drum. So within that range, now we start experiencing what you guys call aroma, those fragrance, those fumes that like arise from roasting. First of all, when beans are raw or coffee beans are raw, you expect them to smell grassy, like our herbal grassy state. But as they're increasing, they'll be changing the color and the smell will be changing. So they will turn green, pale yellow, yellow. So there it will still be smelling grassy, the green state, and it is not consumable. It will still like taste like sponge and taste raw. So from there, it will go to what we call the bread color or the browning. That's where the browning starts, the reddishing, and the aroma is there. They'll be smelling like the crust of the bread. If you have ever passed where there's a bakery, there's that smell of that crust. So that's where the breading part is. The bread, you can term it as the color of that crust or the smell of that crust. So from browning stage, it will start now getting our normal brown color. Now that's where you'll see that's starting to increase on the browning stage. Then after the year, it will start popping. You know how popcorns behave. That popping indicates that we are about to reach the first crack. We are about to reach the first light roast profile. It also helps us to know that the heat inside, is too much. So you have to build all those in the mind. The heat, the crack, and the roast profile. So from there, now the coffee will start smelling like consumable coffee. It starts smelling like consumable coffee. Its color will be like cinnamon color. You know how the cinnamon looks like. So from there, its acidity, if you remove it from there, its acidity will be high. It will be high, it will be sharp in the palates. And so after there, every change that will happen, it will be in the range of 30 seconds. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. So from popping, it will be between 30 seconds to crack. To a crack is that big sound than a pop. The pop will be, the crack will be like bah. So from there, now you're going to the medium stage, the medium roast. So medium roast will start smell like fruitiness, those smooth aromas, like the fragrances will be like frolic, or like the way your roses smell. Those flowers, those smooth, like those good flowers smell. So in that stage, after again 30 seconds, sugars inside the beans. Did you know that coffee also has sugars?
Didn't know that, but now I do.
Okay, to summarize that, every fruit has sugars, has natural sugars. Every fruit, and coffee is also fruit. Yeah. So when you're applying heat inside there, the sugars will start to boil up. They will start to boil up. Yeah. So in that medium stage, they will be boiled up. So they will you will feel that sweetness of the coffee. Now you will term it as the sweet fruits, all those sweet fruits, like that sugar cane, blah blah, like anything sweet. It starts from there. So after 30 seconds, those sugars will start to burn. Then after burning, you start feeling like the molasses, the honey, like even the caramelization. Like if you have ever tasted caramel syrup, so after burning those sugars, you start feeling that. And the body, so the coffee will start feeling like, you're taking now coffee. Yes. For light roast, you'll be like taking tea. But for medium, 30 seconds after, you start feeling like, now this is coffee. So after again 30 seconds, that's where you reach the now what we call the medium high profile, or what we call the city roast, the city roast profile. So the city roast is where now you're starting now to alert yourself that you're going to spoil. Now you're decreasing on the acidity, you're increasing on the body. So all the cafes, 80%, they stop from there. That coffee that they are having, it stops from there. It will still smell like our normal fruits, our flowers, flowers from our roses, the blossoms. Since it's like it also flowers, you have to feel those. You have to feel those floral notes. So after again 30 seconds, now we'll feel the second crack. The second crack now helps us to know that now you're going to the dark roast. And I don't think you want to spoil that. Okay, dark coffee is spoiling, but also on the other side, there are those guys that want that harsh coffee. Yes, that bitter coffee. Then you're going to bitterness. Now you're exceeding the sweetness. Remember, you have burnt the sugars that they are helping us to give us those sweet notes. Now you're burning them. So in that second crack, you're in the dark roast. You're in dark roast. And for specialty coffee, we don't desire to go there. You've bought your coffee expensively, like 16K, and you burn it. So you can't burn that coffee. So, but even after 30 seconds, now the beans will start turning black. They'll be black. So the coffee there will be harsh. It will be having notes of chocolate, dark chocolate, baker's chocolate. And the acidity will be flat. The flavor will be now also going down. And you start feeling the burnt notes. When something is burnt. So you can target yourself from the light roast to the dark roast. Then you start, like you get to know where I have to remove my beans from the drum. So those are the steps taken when you're roasting. Another thing, after roasting, we have what we call the cooling tray. In every drum has that cooling tray. So that cooling tray helps us to cool those coffee beans. so that they don't extend. Remember when you discharge them from the drum, when you remove them from the drum, they are still like roasting up. Like since they are hard, they have consumed a lot of heat. So they're still warming up. So that cooling tray helps us to pause on the rise of the temperature. So we pause and we bring it down. Yes.
Okay, for those of you who wanted a complete tutorial on the roasting process, I believe that you are satisfied. And if you're not satisfied, then maybe you can get into contact with Lawrence and he will pass you through. I believe that was a detailed, detailed way of roasting coffee. Well, we're going to take a break right now to just give you guys time to, put that in your mind, to assimilate it into your thinking so that you would know exactly what the coffee roasting process looks like. We'll be right back after this break. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, let someone out there know that the Coffee Break Show is on, and we will be back right after this. This is House of Talent Television, the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel Ateng.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. Baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Brew Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials. That's on HTV1, that's on our Twitter, House of Talent TV UG, on our Facebook, House of Talent TV Uganda.com, that's on our website, and House of Talent UG live stream, that's on our YouTube. Remember, these shows are live for you. If there's someone who needs to be watching this show, someone who needs to improve their knowledge on coffee, let them know. Share this show far and wide. Let's get coffee out there in Uganda, because we believe that it has to be out there on a bigger scale. Well, we'll talk about roasting. What is roasting? Why should we even roast? Are roasters important? And these are the questions that we have been answering with Lawrence on the show. And Lawrence, welcome back. Before we went into a break, you gave us a total breakdown, of the roasting process. You brought in things that I believe that some people are still scratching their heads over here. But we had a question. Someone asked a question that, okay, fine. Now I know the whole roasting process. I can use the local method of I get a saucepan, get a stove, and roast there. Or I can use the commercial kind of roasting where I have a drum and, I have to keep monitoring the temperature and the time to get different aromas here and there, okay? We have that knowledge now, okay? Yeah. But someone asked me, but why? Why do I even need to roast in the first place? Okay, can't I just get my beans and use them as they are? Okay, and also the other question was, with these aromas we're talking about, okay, can we only achieve these aromas through roasting, or there are other things that can affect it? Because even the storing of coffee can affect the type of aroma you get from it. Okay, so let's just try to answer these two questions for now.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Okay, first of all, why we roast? Do we need to roast? Yeah, of course we need to roast. Because raw coffee is an unconsumable product. We call it a raw material. And percentage of farmers are exporting it as a raw material. So if it's a raw material, it means it helps us to make something else. It helps us to take something else, to transform it to something else. So we need to roast our coffee so that it can be consumed. It's like eating raw banana. Raw matoke, these matokes. Yeah. So you have to cook it so that you can eat it. Okay. Yes. So when coffee is raw, it's not coffee. It's not a consumable product. We apply heat, we cook it to
the final product.
To the final product that is consumable. Yeah.
Okay. Then the second question was, these aromas we are talking about, okay? Can we only get them through that roasting process, or are there other, other things that affect the way that the aromas will come out?
Okay. There's specific places for specific aromas.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is coffee from the east, there is coffee from the west. Of course, since they are different places, different aromas. You achieve different aromas.
Yeah.
Yes. So that is on the part of the altitude or the region where the coffee comes from. But to achieve those different aromas, to know that this coffee comes from here, you have to again roast that coffee to get that particular aroma.
Yeah.
Yes. So the region versus the roasting versus the output. Yes. So aroma means like that smell from something warm, from something warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fragrance comes from something not warm, like fumes. Yeah. Now to get that aroma, it's a smell, a sensation from fumes of a broad hot substance.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can't just achieve aroma even though you go to the peak of the mountain and be like, this is where good coffee starts from. Even though you squeeze your nose, what you'll be feeling, it will not be aroma.
Okay.
It will be something else.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's how we could get that aroma from that process. Well, switching a bit away from roasting, okay? We're going to get into the business part. Okay,
Yeah.
I know that you're a trainer and you're also a mentor.
Yeah.
And you're also a certified barista and a certified roast master.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things on your CV which which basically make you look very good, and it's a good thing for, I believe, that whoever is involved in the coffee industry to basically increase their knowledge and increase their CV. So when it comes to entrepreneurship, I know you work with the youth, okay? And we live in a time whereby there's very much uncertainty. You have the coronavirus that is happening now. You have the lockdown that is happening now. Of recent, you have the bombings that are going on in Kampala. And we live in uncertain times. No one really knows what's going to happen in 2022, okay? And because of that, people are losing jobs. There are people who are giving up on life, okay? Because they have no source of income, all right? But I believe that coffee itself, like how you say that coffee was your salvation, it saved you, and now you do only coffee.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that there's someone out there who's also looking for a way out. Okay, so how can we use coffee, okay, to start businesses? How do we link coffee to entrepreneurship? Because I believe that that's one of the things that you talk to the youth about. Okay, so how can we use this coffee in Uganda, all right, to start businesses, to become better at entrepreneurship, to better our lives? Okay, if I was a youth you are talking to, okay,
Yes.
what would that advice be?
Okay. My first advice to my students,
Yeah.
the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory?
Yeah.
Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people.
Yeah.
We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, yeah, you like will be making some money somewhere, yeah. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell.
Yeah.
Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes,
Yeah.
but there is that gap. There is that gap of supply.
Yeah.
There is that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting,
Yeah.
but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it.
Yeah.
Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. Yeah? So when I introduce that idea, like when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee.
Yeah.
Yes. So we can, like, at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
Yeah.
So the reason, like the major reason as to why I train, most especially in roasting part, like I want my fellows, like to also like work for themselves.
Yeah.
You build that knowledge. Yes, our farmers are, they are giving us coffee, but it's not always good to always exploit that coffee.
Yeah.
We as the youth, we can use that coffee to be somewhere, other than exporting it.
Yeah.
So on side of roasting, I train you how you buy the coffee and which kind of coffee you buy, and for a particular target of clients. Me, I have my big clients somewhere, though I don't want to mention the names. But they are there, and they are always asking for more and more coffee. And I think right now they're even watching. So me, my dream is for guys to be like me. We have coronavirus. Our parents are left with nothing in the pocket. Me, I did sciences and I passed, but I had no money for the university. There are guys there at the university, they don't know what's next. So we welcome them to coffee, and we get to know how the skill is going to push their lives forward. So through coffee, everything is possible. For example, the girl child. Concentrate more on the girl child.
I'm glad that you actually brought that up.
The girl child. Like, though that is the gender that we all need to help faster. Because we guys, we can plan any gig and get it by the girl child. Like, we don't want our girls to be used in order to get money. But we can train them how they can earn money for themselves. A good woman in coffee is a good entrepreneur. They are our big ladies in the industry. And I think you know them.
Some of them.
Some of them. But I use those ladies as examples to the girl child when I'm training them. Like, I train them not to be hunters that have now known roasting. What's next? Now I trained you to know the roasting stage and where you can get something for your pocket. Every lady that you enter in someone's office with a coffee mind, it will be like a surprise to the boss, or to the person, or to the customer she has gone to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the girl child, mainly, like I want the girl child to enter more in coffee. Like we want more girls in the industry.
Yeah.
Yes. And the girl child that is a good roaster, like 5 millions abroad.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because always on the show, most of the guys who've had are actually men. Okay, and every time someone comes, I always ask them the same question. Why don't we have more girls getting into the coffee business? Let it be roasting, let it be being a barista, quality control, and all this. And like you said, there are certain few ladies who are actually doing it, but others are not really getting into it. And I know that in such times, everyone is looking for money. For the guys, you can here and there, in Kampala, here and there. And for the ladies, we actually need to support them more, all right? There's a couple of cafes I've gone to, and every time I see a lady barista, not just one who serves, but an actual barista, okay? It always makes me happy, because I realize that, now we are pushing them to a place where they need to be, okay? And to the female baristas out there, you guys are doing a good job. I want you guys to encourage more ladies, just like Lawrence has said, to get into it. You know yourselves. I would have mentioned your names, but you know yourselves, yeah? So let's encourage more ladies to get into the coffee industry. We're going towards the end of our show, but before we get there, all right, you've talked about the entrepreneurship bit, okay, how you train different people, not only ladies, but also men. You've talked about how these are hard times, and we really need to find a way of getting some money into our pockets, because, 2022, it's very uncertain what will happen. Yeah. We might say, we are done with the lockdown and all these things, but a new wave comes, God forbid. Okay, so I believe that coffee is something that will keep on going.
Yeah.
Okay, whether there's lockdown or not, it can't really affect coffee that much. It's like tea, you have to drink tea, okay, and people have to drink coffee. Okay, so a country like Uganda, okay, we are trying our best to become one of the leading exporters of coffee in Africa, and also we're trying to get to a stage where Ethiopia is right now, okay? But on the flip side, you realize that we don't consume that much coffee in our own country, being a country that actually exports a lot of it, okay? So what are some of those things that we can do, all right, to make sure that Uganda becomes a nation that actually consumes its own coffee? Because we have, the boo-boo, by Uganda, okay? So how do we get ourselves into that state where we actually, before thinking of exporting our coffee, actually get to consume our own coffee? How do we get there?
First of all, we need to train our people.
Yeah.
So we need more training, more sensitization about coffee.
Yeah.
Those guys that came first before us, they have that negative side of coffee. Like telling someone that coffee will you will lose sleep when you take coffee. You can't. It just keeps your body awake, not only the mind. Me have to take water every morning. So if I take water every morning, I can take like 5, 6, 7 cups of coffee and I sleep properly. Yeah. So we need to sensitize our people. And we need to give them an example that is true. Ethiopia is a good exporter, but quality coffee in Ethiopia comes from Migachafe. That quality coffee is consumed within the country. So you first appreciate what you're growing before you take it outside. So you need to train so much from the farm level. Like 80% of our farmers, they just grow, sell, but they have even never tasted the coffee. Like a good percentage of our farmers. So from the farm level to the general level, we need to train. That's what we need to do. Even though we put each coffee at a lesser price, like the consumption will not go high. Yeah. So we need to first train. Then other things will be coming up.
Yeah. Okay.
But training is the key to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we need to sensitize our our Ugandans good about coffee. Like after taking coffee, you feel this, you get this. Like we appreciate what you are growing.
Yeah.
So you see Ugandas taking more of the matoke. Like they appreciate more than sending it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So training is the key to everything.
Well, it's good that you're a trainer, and you know, if you could actually get more trainers, you know, together to make sure that we get to that place where we're supposed to be. Before we end the show, okay, I know that there are very many questions that we could still ask, okay, but the last question is, as a roaster, okay, how do you set yourself apart in the industry? There are many roasters out there, okay, but what would make me say, you know what, I need to go to Lawrence, you know? So what are those things that you can do as a roaster, and perhaps to the roasters out there, to set yourself apart, to brand yourself, so that when people are looking for a roaster, they know that's the guy I should go to. You know, what are some of those things?
Okay. Roast Master Lawrence. I like that name so much. Roast Master Lawrence or Roast Master Reno.
Yeah.
Okay, to be me, or to be like me, or to recommend me somewhere, you have to know Lawrence. Lawrence roasts coffee with passion. First of all, I put passion in every stage of coffee. And another thing, Lawrence knows coffee theoretically and practically. So I make research from green coffee, quality management, roasting itself, and the output.
Yeah.
So we drink coffee as we are talking, as we are chatting.
Yeah.
So Lawrence will cup for your coffee, like we'll taste for your coffee. Yeah. And I have some good big clients. They have to recommend Lawrence has to be there to test their coffee, to give them results.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if we wait for our organization, our government organization to do everything, we will not achieve.
Yeah.
Just recommend Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence is a roaster, a barista. Like he knows coffee, and also, like I have my own brand. I have my own brand as Lawrence.
Yeah.
It's also on the market and it's also selling.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but me, as Lawrence, as like I concentrate on the home consumption.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I want to, like everyone to taste that coffee at a cheaper price. So Lawrence is a good person. Is an approachable person.
Yeah.
And is a coffee connoisseur. It means coffee expert.
Yeah.
So each stage, but you find Lawrence from the green stage, that is grading, quality control, to the baristering. Lawrence will advise you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lawrence will give you a way forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
So basically, just be really good at what you do, and people will look for you.
People will look for you.
Well, Lawrence, I just want to say thank you very much for coming to the show. I believe that all the stuff you have shared has been really important, and I know that in just 1 hour you can't really expound on everything. Yeah. But from the little we could get from you, we just want to be appreciative of that, and you've shed more light on roasting. Most of the guys we've had here are baristas, okay, but it's good always to have a balance of things. You've given us the roasting side, you've also given us the mentorship side, what the youth should do in such times like this. So I just want to say thank you. I hope that we can have you again next time. Yeah. And for those of you who are out there, you're looking for a roaster, Roast Master Reno, aka Roast Master Lawrence, we'll be there to help you. You can catch us again next time on House of Talent Television. This has been the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can always catch us live on our socials, House of Talent televisionuganda.com. That's on our website. HTV1 on our Twitter, House of Talent Uganda live stream on our YouTube, or just go up to our Facebook. You can watch this show live, or you can, if you missed any other show, you will find them on all those platforms. Thank you again for being with us. Till next time, this has been the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Have a lovely day.
Until the night is over, I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer.
Jesus, you've given us a good day today, and you've given us a good reason. We know marriage is a gift from you. We thank you for the blessing of their parents, and the blessing of their friends. We pray that as Jalia drives this car, she'll be safe and reassured that there is love and there is hope. Bless Satine, bless Jalia, bless all of us together. In Jesus' mighty name.
Waiting this up, oh. I want to yarn. You to the pra, you to the farm. She make a job, oh, before you shot.
The last time that I checked, now before I digress. My girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See my girl, the last time that I checked. See nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't make nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga.
Jalia, I give you this ring as true testament to the love that we have for each other, and that we shouldn't wait for too long to formalize everything. And as of today, you are the one that has swept me off my feet. This one is sealed today. And this one is a promise. 17th of December this year, we will go before the Lord to formalize everything. That will be our wedding day. I love you, Jaila.
Surely you the person for me, oh. I know nobody matter more. Nobody matter. Hey. Nobody matter. It be like I don't win a lotto. I know if you cool it down more. Baby girl, I'm whiskey away. Whiskey away on holiday. Holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made her bring helicopter. Oh, then shake it up like I do overdo. But we go trouble their timeline. Give them a easy go down. Trouble their megawatt. Megabyte, what Lord I need. Trouble their timeline. Give them a easy go down. Trouble their megawatt. Megabyte. Baby girl, oh you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine wine. Keep it tight in a wine wine. Baby girl, oh you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine wine. Keep it tight in a wine wine.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsubuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective was to build a system that would instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda.
There are three parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments, because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions or the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF, all of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create the visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of members' funds. We've also not had any poor investments, because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to UBRA is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they're doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should UBRA's next 10 years focus on? I would say that UBRA's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But UBRA should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in box